Welcome. It's a big night. Welcome to Blaze Media's unfiltered analysis of the first presidential debate. This has been a really weird election year. Neither candidate has spent much time on the campaign trail. Trump due to his legal battles and Biden due to, I don't know if it's dementia, it's something like that. And we have all kind of been sitting here looking at this, and we know a lot is riding on tonight. Once this debate ends, another cycle of division will surely begin. We no longer argue with our friends about whose guy won. Now friendships are destroyed, houses are divided, Thanksgiving is awkward, and we're all used to this at this point. But this is kind of a no-win situation in some ways. The mainstream media is only going to stoke the flames, but we'll be here with you. That's why Blaze Media has vowed against propagating half-truths and total lies. Tonight, we have assembled some of the greatest political minds you're going to find to break down the stakes of this debate and engage in some real discourse. You can kind of forget the tired, pre-approved talking points from talking heads. Blaze TV hosts don't always agree. I can speak from firsthand experience, 25 years or so with Glenn. But, you know, this is the point. You want to have free speech. You want to have a nuanced debate. Welcome back to the age of real conversation, where we can discuss the issues that Americans really care about. We are bringing back real news and real coverage. One could even say we're making news great again. Here at Blaze Media, we create content for people who love the American way of life. We're committed to holding to traditional values, delivering the truth you deserve, and building a community driven by these principles. We'd like all of you watching tonight to take a second and join this community. Go to blazedebate.com, use the code DEBATE. You're going to get $30 off an annual subscription and gain exclusive access to chat with our hosts. We're going to be on there a lot tonight. Our live fact check, our totally uncensored analysis, it's all going to be there as you're watching on CNN, or watching here, but watching the CNN debate. The debate coverage is going to be uninterrupted right here. You don't have to go anywhere. We'll be simulcasting the CNN presidential debate right here on Blaze TV and Blaze TV's YouTube channel as well. So while you can watch the CNN presidential debate on CNN, why would you do such a thing? Stay right here with us. We also have some really special announcements coming up later in the program about exciting content coming to Blaze TV. Don't miss out on that. Subscribe right now, blazedebate.com. Use the code DEBATE and get $30 off. In addition to our debate coverage, we have Blaze News national correspondent Julio Rosas. He is on the ground outside of CNN's Atlanta studio, where anti-Israel protesters have gathered. That's going to be fun. Poor Julio. He just gets sent to these situations all the time. We'll be giving you live updates from Julio should anything unfold. And of course, we also have Glenn Beck. He is the host of the Glenn Beck program. You may know him. He's co-founder of Blaze Media, and he joins us right now. Glenn, how are you?
I am perplexed. I saw a story break from Reuters a little while ago. First of all, this is the first time I have ever seen a debate before the candidates were officially nominated. So, I mean, I know it's a ritual that we go through. However, the Democrats can change their vote because of superdelegates. The Republicans are locked in with something called democracy. However, the Democrats decide with the superdelegates, we can override whatever the people said in the primary. So I've never seen a debate this early. It is on the eve of people going on vacation for Independence Week. And then we not only are setting that weird precedent, we are also setting another precedent. Reuters reported this afternoon that for some reason, the White House press corps is not allowed in the studio. They have to view it from another building. Now, you might not think that's a big deal, but if you understand what the White House press corps is supposed to do, the White House press corps is supposed to be our eyes and ears. So if something happens in the studio that doesn't make it on TV, if something is weird, if somebody's, I don't know, giving him a leg massage, you know, at any point, we would know that because you would have the White House press corps. I'm not saying anything nefarious is happening here. This is a precedent that should never be broken. We are entering a time, and I'm not talking about tonight, we are entering a time in the next few years where our CIA, the People's Liberation or the People's Communist Party in China, Russia, anyone could do a deep fake live. We need to have American witnesses that come from different walks of life viewing these things in person. I have no idea why CNN did this to the White House press corps. They are not happy about it, and neither should you be. This is another strange violation for no apparent reason.
Yeah, first of all, we know the White House press corps doesn't always do their job all that well, but it would at least be helpful to have somebody in the room, at least so that they can make up something about Donald Trump, which is probably what they would do with that privilege.
That is what they're for. They are for the reason why they travel with him on the plane, the reason why we haul their ass everywhere around the world with him is for the what if. What if after the debate this happens? What if during a commercial break this happens? Okay? They're sending one reporter in during the commercial breaks, and that's it. And he's a writer. I don't even know who he is. Who is that? How was he selected? Why do we only have one person backstage watching it? And it only allows conspiracy theories to grow, honestly. I saw somebody tweet. I first found this story because somebody tweeted and said they're expecting a medical emergency from one of the candidates tonight. And I thought, there's no way. I mean, even if that were true, you wouldn't say that. That can't be true. I looked it up. They are not saying because of a medical emergency. That's how they get you. That's how Satan works. A little bit of truth, a little bit of lie. They seem like they could be, and people go with it. Stop stoking the fires.
Let me kind of change directions a little bit to what's coming up tonight. I was listening, after we did the radio show this morning, you went on with Donald Trump Jr. on his podcast. And you were explaining what you thought Donald Trump should do tonight. And to me, it was fascinating to see the reaction from Donald Trump Jr., who basically interrupted you and said, I'm going to call him right after this interview and tell him to do just that.
Right.
What was the advice?
The advice is that they are going to do everything to poke him with a hot stick. The best chance that Joe Biden has is to get under Donald Trump's skin and have him respond in kind. He has got to look at I think he should, in his own mind, if I were him, I would make everything this guy is about to say a comedy in my head. Because honestly, if today's America and the results of his policies weren't so absolutely country ending, it would be hysterical, right? I mean, this would be a comedy movie. So he should say whatever he says, and you're a felon. You're right. Okay. Do you want more of this? Do you want more of trying to go to the grocery store and having to decide, do I buy gas or do I buy groceries? Whatever they say, it doesn't matter. I want to talk to you, the viewer, right now, the person who is sitting at home and maybe never voted for me. But let me ask you, did the world make any more sense than it does today? Were you under the impression that we could go to nuclear war when I know that's what they said, but no other country was talking about it. They didn't have protesters out in the street in the last debate saying, hey, Hamas is great. Who's fostered that? And who's responsible for what's going on in the Middle East? I brought peace. So you can say whatever you want. I just want you to know, I know what's going on. I know the problem. I may be a billionaire, but I still go to McDonald's, and I still think $37 for two people going to a McDonald's drive-thru is outrageous. I know how to fix it. I see you. I hear you. I will fix it. That should be his answer almost every time. We should be clear that I started interning for you in the late 90s and had to pick up McDonald's, and you spent $37 many times at drive-thrus. Well, look at me. Honestly, look at me. I'm just pointing that out. So again, we told you we would bring the facts to the table, and right?
Now,
okay,
and now you have them. Okay, so it's June 27th, Glenn. This is nuts. Why are we having a debate on June 27th?
There's a couple of reasons, and I think Don and I talked about this today on air, maybe. But there's a couple of hopefully there is a couple of reasons that this might be happening. One, there are a lot of people in the Democratic Party that don't think Joe Biden should be the guy. They know what's going on. Listen to James Carville. This is a mess. It is a doomsday letter to the Democratic Party, okay, letting him run a second term. So there are those people who say, let's cut bait. So there's a possibility that those people pushed for an early debate in case Joe Biden just bottoms out tonight. They have time to find and make the case for someone else to replace him as the candidate. If he does really well tonight, well, then they have all the tape. And quite honestly, look at the rapid rate of his decline. We should look tomorrow on radio and put any clips of him 6 months ago compared to today. So if you're looking at him saying he is declining rapidly, let's get this debate in the can right now. And then after we've said, oh, he's got a prison sentence, or, he's on probation because he's a felon. I don't debate felons. Then we can come up with some excuse, but get this one in the can. It's also interesting to me that the first debate is early in September, right after they've nominated their president.
All right, Glenn, what are the odds of you making it through this debate awake enough to stay with us for the post-game coverage?
Oh, I wouldn't miss this. I just, I pray every day, and I've been saying this on the air a lot lately, God save the Republic. I just, please, Lord, watch over these two candidates, and your will be done, not mine, but please watch over these candidates, and please help us not make things worse in this country.
It's a low bar to clear, but we should be able to hit that in theory. We will check back with you, Glenn, right after the debate, okay? So hang out.
You got it.
We'll get to you then. 10:30 p.m. Eastern is about when this thing's going to wrap up, so stick with us. Again, you're going to have all this pre-show. We're going to have then the debate uninterrupted for you, and immediately when it's over, we'll be here talking to Glenn and have more analysis. I also have a great panel here with me today in studio. Sara Gonzales is here. Of course, she is the host of Sara Gonzales Unfiltered. We also have Steve Deace. He is BlazeTV host of the Steve Deace Show, and Aaron McIntyre, BlazeTV host of the Aaron McIntyre Show. When it comes to political commentary, we get the best of the business right here at this table, and they provide great insight on so many topics, cultural topics, all the big things. To watch their shows, become a subscriber of BlazeTV tonight. You get all the shows, all the people we're going to be talking to. You're going to get a lot of great content. BlazeDebate.com. Use the code DEBATE. You'll get $30 off your subscription right now. Sara, let me start with you. We've got an incredible, bizarre evening ahead of us. I don't know what to expect. What are you looking forward to?
Well, I mean, I think I'm just hoping that Joe Biden doesn't collapse and die.
I guess that's
looking forward to, but that is my hope, at least, that doesn't happen. Glenn's talking about a medical emergency, and I'm like, I mean, it could happen. I don't know. I think that Donald Trump, it's his to lose. I think, right? Because we're looking at how bad it is in this country right now. You don't have to go very far. You don't have to search to find it. We're finding it every single day when we go to the gas pump, when we go to the grocery store. Glenn mentioned it. When we look at all of the illegal immigrants that are infiltrating every single city across America. It used to be that was a Texas problem. Now it's a nationwide problem. You have people in Chicago who are going to their city council meetings saying, stop this. My kids can't go to school because you're using these schools to house illegals. Get them out. And so I think that we're living at a time where Americans are feeling the pain day in and day out. And so you don't have to go very far to convince them of the pain that they're feeling. They're already seeing it. So I do think that it's Donald Trump's to lose. I think that he should spend less time, trying to barb Joe Biden and more time talking to the American people. I mean, as Glenn mentioned, talking to the American people, reminding them of the pain that they are feeling every day and reminding them what they had under the presidency of Donald Trump pre-COVID, I would say.
Yeah, and it feels to me, too, that watching Joe Biden try to get through sentences, try to speak his mind, the more time he's talking, probably the better, right? Like, you don't necessarily need to take control of this contest. You need to let him kind of
give him the
rope, right? Yeah, exactly. Steve Deace, this is a fascinating thing we're watching. You said on radio today you had absolutely no idea what to expect.
These are probably, given the nature of how media works nowadays, these are probably the two most well-known party nominees for president we've ever had in American history.
Yeah.
And they've been on the national stage my entire lifetime, and I'm going to be 51 in a month. I have no idea what's going to happen. And let me just paint a scenario that I think is very realistic. I actually kind of differ that I think the more Biden talks, the more likely he will survive, given the nature of dementia. The more his brain is engaged consistently and centered and directed. Let me give you just a scenario. I remember we were all here 4 years ago for the first debate, and that was not a shining moment for Trump and turned a lot of people off. And we're like, oh no, okay. Well, let's assume that he goes down that road again. And he takes the bait that Bash and Tapper are gonna debate us and remind all the suburbanites why they hate mean tweets, and we do the time warp again, right?
Sure.
And 45 minutes, we're sitting in here looking at each other like, oh boy, okay, they're gonna, won't have to, good news is, won't have to count votes at 4 a.m. this time, right? Okay. And then all of a sudden, Joe Biden hasn't been engaged for 10 or 15 minutes. And they look at one of the moderators says, Mr. President, your thoughts. And that same look that he had on his face when, Barack Obama had to take him by the hand and lead him off stage a week and a half ago, shows up in front of 75 million people live on the air. And everything changes. It's like Squirrel and Up with the dog, right? Nobody remembers anything that happened before. Like Trump could have insulted every ethnic group ever. No one will remember, okay? They're just gonna remember that. And I think that makes this a very uncertain event, and that's why you want to watch it till the absolute bitter end.
All you need is one of those moments.
One of them.
And it changes everything.
Drives home the point of we just can't afford 4 more years of this. We just can't. We can't have the guy carrying the nuclear football not know where he is. And that's why the Democrats wanted this earliest debate of all time. And they've got, if that happens, they've got 2 months till the convention to figure things out. And you can tell me they don't have a mechanism. These are Democrats. The will to power is their mechanism, okay? The rules are we win. All right, they're not like us, okay? They like winning. They're not like us, they like winning. So they do what they need to do accordingly. And there's a lot on the line tonight for Joe Biden. There's really not that much on the line for the Democratic Party. It's just which method they're going to choose, which path forward will be determined tonight. But there's a lot on the line for Joe Biden.
Scary thought, scary thought. Aaron McIntyre, I mean, you look at this, you've seen this landscape, you studied every day, you talk about it on your show. What's gonna happen?
We're in a really strange scenario where usually you would expect a debate to do a big shift to public opinion, but I think everyone knows going into this, most people have already made up their minds one way or another. And so really what we're looking for is a collapse on one side or another. We're looking to see if Trump does something that's just so wild and out of character that it destroys his chances, or if Biden goes ahead and falls apart on stage. We know that CNN has set this up to go ahead and protect Biden in pretty much every way that they can. They've removed the crowd. They've made sure that they can cut off the mic. They can control everything. This is clearly a scenario that is there to hedge everything against Donald Trump, but he's still always at his best when he's doing that 2-on-1, when he's fighting both the moderator and the opposing candidate. He scores so many points in that scenario, but even if he does have a great performance, even if Joe Biden does blow up, ultimately all of the questions that are going to be answered really are answered outside of this debate. What happens with Trump's court cases? What happens with the electioneering? What happens with all of these VP picks, things that are not necessarily contained inside this debate performance? So you hope that Trump goes in there and shows everybody that he is back to form, that he's making promises to the American people, he's connecting, but ultimately that's not really going to be the deciding factor, I think.
Do you think, Steve, because Trump took this debate with really weird rules, right? Like rules, Mr. I'm going to keep all of our norms in place gets rid of the Presidential Commission on Debates. We're having debates in like February. All these weird things, not to mention the microphone.
Listen, nothing says norms like topless men showing their fake breasts on the White House lawn.
Exactly.
The norms have remained
Return
sacred.
to normalcy, everybody.
Yes.
Was this the right move for Trump to accept these terms? Was it just, I got to get on the stage with this guy no matter what, I got to accept everything?
That's the point right there.
Yeah.
No in a normal setting, but here's what could not happen is you couldn't have Biden issue his couldn't have him do that. And then you negotiate for like 2 weeks on what the details are, because then Biden's going to come out with another thing. I'm just an old man. You see what I'm saying? You couldn't do that. You look weak. So he had to accept. He knew going in that they were going to rig the thing against him as much as possible. And Oran made a really great point a minute ago. It's not just Biden that has a timing issue with this, so does Trump. After July 11th, when they sentence him, and there's no way they're not going to try to put him in Rikers Island if they can get away with it. The only thing that'll stop them from putting him in Rikers Island is if Secret Service detail won't allow it. But there'll be some form of incarceration, something, okay? And there's a chance Trump might be giving a convention speech over Zoom and not in person in Milwaukee. And so if you're Trump, this might be your only opportunity live to look at the American people in real time without the filter of a Zoom or on location and make your case with your opponent on the other side. He had to take it. And they knew that. They knew that they had him cornered because of the things Oran mentioned. And so they knew that he had to basically agree to whatever details that they were going to demand.
If I could just throw in here, too, to Oran's point about the rules. I think the only beneficial rule that CNN put in there is that they can't have notes. I think that Trump benefits from that, right? Because we've not seen Joe
He
Biden
wasn't going to take any anyway.
Well, right, exactly. And whereas Joe Biden, on the opposite end, he has to take notes to a press briefing. He gets on to reporters when they don't follow the rules because they haven't submitted and read the pre-submitted question.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think that's where it really is like, who knows what to expect?
Right, like how...
He can't remember his own name.
How does Joe Biden get off the stage after this without notes? I'm very concerned he's just going to be walking in a circle, just wearing into the carpet.
They point him the direction, and he still doesn't
do it. Oh my gosh, it's unbelievable. Okay, I want to get to, thanks so much, guys. We'll be back with more of the panel here in just a couple minutes. Now I want to talk to Jason Whitlock. Of course, he is with Blaze Media as well. He's in his Nashville studios, and he is the BlazeTV host of Fearless with Jason Whitlock. And I mean, Jason, is Jake Tapper and Dana Bash and CNN hosting this thing? I mean, is this fair for Trump? Should he get over and just stomp him? I mean, what should we be thinking of this?
Well, I think fairness and the thought of fairness went out the window a long time ago. And so it is what it is. And so Trump, as Steve just pointed out, he has this one shot to speak directly to the American people, and he has to take it. But no one's expecting fairness. I mean, they just convicted him of 34 crimes that don't exist. And so this is the least. This is the misdemeanors. They've done a bunch of felonies to Trump and to his supporters. And so this is no big deal.
Speaking of misdemeanors and felonies, of course, as you know, Donald Trump 34 times has become a convicted felon, Jason. And we know this is going to come out, right? We know Biden's going to use this. He's going to try to get those people who maybe haven't followed the details of this case, try to win them over with this kind of headline, 34 times convicted felon. How does that play with voters?
Oh, I don't think it will work. I do think it will help Joe Biden survive and sound like he's talking tough, and he challenged Donald Trump, and the media, the mainstream corporate media, will be able to use those sound bites, and Rachel Maddow and that group of people and everybody on CNN, Anderson Cooper, will be like, man, did you see when he just kept hammering him over and over and over again, 34 convictions. And so it's like they've given Joe Biden the crutches or the wheelchair he needs to get through this debate with that talking point. And so I expect him to wear it out. But as it relates to how voters will respond, I don't think it'll have any impact at all. It's just a talking point for television and for Joe Biden.
Hope you're right on that. Let me talk about the makeup of the voting populace right now. Trump has changed it, right? Like, we can go back and look at 4 or 5 elections ago. The alignments were totally different. African American voters, what do we talk, 5, 6, 7% voting for Republicans in past elections. Those numbers are changing. First of all, do you think that's real? Are these real changes in the African American community, the Hispanic community, these minority communities that normally ignore Republicans? And how does Trump connect to further these changes?
Yeah, I think that they actually do matter, and I do think it is significant. I do think it is real. I think that Trump has unintentionally been playing a long game. He started out in 2016 asking black voters in particular, what do you have to lose? And I think now, 8 years later, he can come back and black people are starting to say, oh, this is what we have to lose. Look at Joe Biden and the left and what they're doing with illegal immigration. And so if I were Donald Trump and I was trying to hammer any point right now to black voters and try to put some momentum behind that messaging or behind black voters, particularly men, starting to abandon the Democrat Party, I would hammer the illegal immigration thing. I thought Tucker Carlson over in Australia illustrated this perfectly, because he made a subtle point about, like, hey guys, they're trying to explain this illegal immigration thing to you as if it's as if I'm anti-black. No, I'm pro-native-born Americans. And I think black voters are realizing, like, hey man, all these people laying up in in hotel rooms, in sanctuary cities, and being ushered into citizenship as quickly as possible, and we're flying them here and we're flying them there, and we're providing them cell phones and we're providing this and that. People in Chicago and in major cities are like, hey, this is crazy. You know, my ancestors helped build this country and have been a part of this country, and there is a particular style and culture that, hey, maybe we don't think it's perfect, but I don't know if I want to be overtaken by all these other cultures and immigrants that haven't anteed up the way that we have, and now they get to receive all the benefits that we've actually worked for. I think that message resonates really well, and if I were Donald Trump, that's the message I would be hammering to black voters and, Latino voters that immigrated here in a legal fashion and went through the citizen process, and other immigrants that went through the proper citizenship process. I would be hammering that. They're trying to replace you, and particularly for African-American voters. We've been 12, 13% of the American population for a long time. We used to be the most powerful minority voting demographic in America. That's no longer the case. We've been replaced. That's not unintentional. And so, and if Donald Trump wants to score what I kind of consider somewhat of a cheap point, I would just say, who are you going to trust? The guy that did the 92 crime bill and locked you up? Or the guy that's saying, hey man, I don't want these people crossing the border. We got some native-born citizens here that need their rights protected. I would hammer that point. I think it lands well.
Jason, this is a big election, right? There's a lot on the line here. Who knows what's going on with the future of our country if it goes the wrong way. You've been talking for a long time. You've been on the radio show with Glenn and I, talking about how you've actually never voted for president. Now, you're super engaged. You watch this stuff all the time. It's really important to you. I know you're passionate about it. But you've never actually decided to vote. With everything at stake in 2024, are you thinking about changing that idea?
I would say I'm thinking about it, but you're putting me on the spot. At the end of the day, Stu, I am a man that believes in spiritual solutions to spiritual problems, and America has a spiritual problem, and we're not going to vote our way out of it. You're putting me on the spot. I just got to give you an authentic answer.
Yeah.
We have a battle of good versus evil going on in America, and we're just not going to vote our way out of it. If we don't repent, if we don't return to some biblical values, there's nothing. This is just moving chairs on the Titanic. We're sunk. And so, that's how I feel. I made a point today on my show, or maybe it was yesterday. I was like, let's look at Asian Americans. I've never seen an Asian American in a vote or die T-shirt. I've just never seen it. I had never seen Asian Americans complain, hey, we don't have enough representation. What I've seen Asian Americans do is commit to a nuclear family and commit to entrepreneurship. And I look at the results that they're getting with their kids. I look at the results that they're getting as individuals: commitment to family, commitment to economic independence, and so commitment to biblical values. And I'm not even calling the Asians particularly religious, but family is the structure God gave us that all of America is abandoning, and we're wondering why we have all this chaos and immorality running wild. So I do think it's an important election, but I don't think we can vote our way out of this. We can repent our way out of this, and that's where my primary focus is on my show, and that's what I push the most. I hope everyone participates and votes. There's a chance I will vote, but I can guarantee you I'm going to continue to repent and pray and ask others to join me. That's the only solution.
And this is debate coverage, Jason, but I have you here. I cannot avoid the opportunity to ask you for 60 seconds on Bronny James going to play in Los Angeles with his daddy. Got to do it.
It's a great point because I'm going to give you a political answer. Leftists, they love to pretend like, oh, God, we just got to end unfairness, nepotism, and the good old boy network and privilege. We just got to end it. They have no interest in ending any unfairness. They have interest in taking control who benefits from unfairness. And so LeBron James' son was born sliding into home plate, a billionaire's kid. He couldn't even get across home plate, and his dad had to help him into the NBA. And I've watched people on ESPN, the leftist journalists there, they're defending this. And, hey, nepotism, that's a part of the NBA. It's a part of everything, and just deal with it. So they have no interest in people of privilege benefiting from that privilege, using their power to get what they want. They just want more control of that. And to me, that's why I love looking at the sports world. It explains all of America. These people don't want to end unfairness. They want to benefit from unfairness.
For those who don't know Jason Whitlock, he is an award-winning sports journalist, former athlete, host of BlazeTV's flagship sports show. It's a great show, Fearless, featuring people like NFL Hall of Famers Brett Favre and Warren Sapp, who are key BlazeTV contributors. It's a great show. And Jason, thanks so much for taking the time and breaking down the debate for us.
I'll be watching. I'll have some thoughts.
Yeah, I'm sure you will. There's going to be a lot to talk about. By the way, if you want to get Fearless with Jason Whitlock, go to blazedebate.com. This is where you can get Jason now, blazedebate.com. Use the code DEBATE for $30 off an annual subscription. Okay, I'm going to come back to the panel here. Sara, you know, one of the topics Jason talked about there was
Bronny James.
I mean, if you got Bronny James stuff, I could talk about that all night. It's fascinating. But he talked about immigration, right? And as a person of color yourself, forever the Democrats' approach was to go to minority groups and pander to them, right? Like just pander. This is what's going to work. We're going to have this majority that's going to develop over time, and it's going to be eternal. Yeah. That approach seems to be failing in front of our eyes. Right now, we're seeing massive gains for at least in the polls among these groups for Donald Trump. And I mean, this is making the left nervous. What do you make of this?
Yeah, I mean, it's the same reason that I said earlier, used to, Texas had this immigration problem, we had this border problem, and we were kind of isolated and alone because nobody else really understood. And you had all of these sanctuary cities like New York and Chicago and San Francisco going, you guys are so mean, we're compassionate, we'll take on these immigrants. You guys come to us and we'll take care of you. And now you see the end result of that, which is, of course, Eric Adams and all of these other mayors going, so about this immigration thing, it turns out we can actually pay to fly you out of our city because we're all full. The inn is full, right? And so you see the end result of that. But not only is that the end result, and you have, as Jason mentioned and I mentioned earlier, you have all of these parents who are mad because their children can't go to school because the school is housing illegal immigrants. And you have increase in crime. You have, families who are grieving the loss of their family members who were killed by illegal immigrants, El Salvadorian gang members, Venezuelan gang members. And so not only are you seeing all of that happening in these communities, that's affecting everyone, whether you're a minority or not, but you also, if you look at the data, I mean, when illegal immigrants come in and they take jobs, the people who are most affected by that are minority communities. And so you see that happening on the flip side of this, is that when they're taking these low-paying jobs, statistics say that minorities are most affected by that. And so it's a twofold problem for minorities. I would also say, to Jason's point about this being a good and evil problem, I completely agree with him. I would push back a little bit, though, and say, obviously everyone should repent, and obviously this is a spiritual problem with a spiritual solution, but you can't convince me that I shouldn't be doing what I can in this moment to go out and vote against the evil that is currently happening in this administration. They are trying to chop off our children's genitals. They are weaponizing the federal government, every single agency of the federal government, against half of America, against their top political opponent. And you just cannot convince me that I should pray and repent, and that's it. I think that we have to, especially as parents, we have to say, I have to have this world, I have to have this country be a better place for my children to grow up in, and I have to do every single thing that I can to stop it. It's why I go out and participate in activism on the weekends. It's why I show up to these drag bars for kids. I just think that we all should be doing everything that we can in order to rid this country of this evil regime.
And in case you don't know Sarah's work, she's not just showing up at the drag bars for fun. She's
no,
actually
it's not.
covering what's going on there, just so you know. Steve. What is that big issue? I mean, I look back at you brought up Eric Adams. I thought this is a fascinating thing. Never before were we ever able to see like this much movement on this issue, I feel like, because it wasn't just us saying, it wasn't just conservatives. We were talking about the border long before Donald Trump was running for president. But the fact that Eric Adams is out there, the mayor of Chicago, the mayor of Washington, D.C., saying, oh yeah, this is a big problem, feels like it's moved the needle on that. Is that the biggest issue in this election? What is it?
I have thought from the very beginning, and I tried to communicate this point to the DeSantis campaign during the primary, and I think that it is even more true now. I think leadership is the biggest issue. I think the country is clamoring for leadership, and I think this actually ties into the conversation about minority voters. I mean, I'm going to need to see it to believe it. All right. I mean, the polls in 2022 looked like I said we were going to have historic gains. Modestly gained with Hispanics, modestly gained a few points, about 6 points. Nothing like what we thought we were going to get. If you look at the top 20 swing states or top 20 states for per capita black population, only 3 of them really are states that both sides have a chance to win. A lot of heavy black populated votes are in places like Mississippi where a Democrat cannot win, or New York where a Republican cannot win. But one way that would actually happen is leadership. I'll give you a couple of examples. All right, an Emancipation Proclamation has blacks voting predominantly Republican until the 1948 election, and Harry Truman defies the predictions that Dewey was going to win. How did he do it? He gave permanent standing to blacks in the U.S. military. We didn't bother polling black people back then, and he got a historic amount of black turnout for Democrats and launched a huge upset in that election. And then in 1960, we had the full migration of blacks to the Democratic Party. What happened? Martin Luther King Jr. went to jail, and John F. Kennedy picked up a phone and called him up. In other words, there was actions of, when you want to move a demographic, actions of leadership that go against the grain and get that group's attention, okay? Catholics and evangelicals didn't talk to each other for 150 years in this country, and then they formed the most potent voting bloc on the right. How did that happen? We had a thing called Roe v. Wade, and Ronald Reagan said, we should be a pro-life party, and he forged that coalition with leadership action. And I think ultimately what the country is clamoring for is leadership, a demonstration that you know what the problems are and what to do about them, and that you can do something about them, but that you also have to show empathy for people. It's not just a utilitarian process, but that you can connect with me. You understand why these are problems, why they're problems for me. And I think that leadership is the biggest issue in this campaign.
Yeah, and I think too, to your point on minority voters, obviously, like, it's the goal of every candidate to break into groups of voters that you don't normally have any chance with, right? Like, you want to get as many of them to your side as possible. But what goes along with that, and what I'm seeing in some of the polling, is a higher reliance on those voters from this Trump coalition. Voters that aren't as reliable, frankly. They don't show up as much. We're talking about certain minority groups, also younger voters. I mean, at some level, I see some of this as real with minority groups. I'm really skeptical of younger voters, though, coming to the Republican side and not going back. I don't know if Gaza, Israel is part of this. There's certain things that seem to be moving them. But at the end of the day, are younger voters really going to be reliable when it comes to the 2024 election?
Statistics usually say no, and I'm with you in saying that, I've been promised year after year, decade after decade, that there's going to be the sea change, that all of a sudden different demographics, younger people, different minorities are going to change their vote. Of course, I hope those statistics are real. That would be amazing. That would be a landslide for Trump. But ultimately, the point is that Trump won the last election by speaking to, or the election before last, by speaking to a group that hadn't really been spoken to in a long time, which was the white working class. People who had been ignored for a very long time. By simply picking up a few percentage points in that demographic, there was a big change in what was going on. And how did he do that? He talked about immigration in a way that was real, not just saying, oh, we'll close the border at some point, but don't worry, we're going to do a bunch of amnesty in between. He talked about real action. Now, he didn't get all of that done, and we absolutely have to see it get done. We need to see people normalizing discussions of things like deportations in a very real way. But he also talked about things like economic protectionism. I'm going to take care of your job. I'm going to put that first, not before free trade, not more foreign wars. The thing I care about is your community, your ability to have a family, the ability of your family to be safe, to go to college, to be prosperous. These are things that people wanted to hear. And that's a message that doesn't just speak to the American white working class, it speaks to everyone. Everybody can look at their lives under Joe Biden and realize there's fewer groceries in the cart, it's more expensive to fill up the gas, it's harder to get a home, and everyone can win with that message. So I think if he brings that back, that's really something that speaks to everyone, not just certain demographics, but a wide base that can win him an election.
Well, as we look toward tonight, I mean, Trump, we can all agree, I think, has been blessed with really incompetent enemies. So there's at least a good chance that he's been handed, I think, a really good opportunity here to do something with this election when it comes to just a terrible performance of his opponent. So let's see if he can take advantage of that tonight. We also, by the way, have a lot going on here at The Blaze. We are proud to announce Blaze Media's newest edition and in our big expansion into primetime news. It is Blaze News Tonight. This is a daily news show that the internet absolutely needs, giving you provocative opinions, expert analysis, and breaking stories that you won't really see anywhere else. Join us as we dive into the day's most pressing issues with opinions and analysis that challenge the mainstream narrative. Blaze News Tonight is your go-to source for unfiltered, hard-hitting commentary that keeps you informed and engaged. And Jill Savage is a big part of it. Jill Savage, Blaze TV host of Blaze News Tonight. We're so happy the show is getting started with Jill, and she's going to join us to debut the brand new set, which, by the way, looks fantastic, Jill.
Yes, let's have a moment for the set. Stu, I absolutely am thrilled that this is what we're going to be getting to go into, not only for the presidential debate coverage tonight, but this is going to be every day here, you guys. And I love the way that this is just going to come through. And we're not only going to be giving you the top headlines of the day, but we're going to be giving you stories that actually matter to you guys. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce my panel here with Matthew Peterson and Delano Squires. And Matthew, I want to start with you because you're going to be a huge part of Blaze News Tonight. So what are you looking forward to the most when we do launch this show on July 10th?
Well, the reason I am excited is because, as you know, Jill, most of the internet is full of influencer shows. So you have influencers talking and commenting on politics, right? We all know that, and that's fine. The Blaze News is the Blaze Media is all about that as well. We have lots of those shows. But here at Blaze, we figured that it's time for the internet to have an actual news show with, God forbid, people who actually know stuff about stuff, telling you what's really going on, as opposed to the usual yada yada you hear on the geriatric cable news channels. And that is really important because we don't see anyone else doing that. And it's really important to talk about things that are other than political commentary. We can't just be talking about political stuff all the time explicitly. Everything is political now, and everything is in question. So we're going to talk about technology and how it influences your lives. We're going to talk about culture and what you can actually find that's not garbage, that's not ugly. Actually, is there any beautiful left in this world? We're going to talk about that kind of stuff as well. Lifestyle. How do you live your life? And the important thing to realize is we don't want, just like you, to sit around with the clickbait and the here today, gone tomorrow stories. We want to report on the things that matter to you, our audience, and that is what Blaze News Tonight is going to do. And it's not just about how to think about what's going on and what's going on. It's about also what to do about it, how we should live well, no matter how crazy things get.
It's going to be interesting because we do launch on July 10th. July 11th, Donald Trump goes out and gets sentenced. So I want to start with you then, when we get into the debate coverage itself, that how will Trump's conviction affect the audience's perception of him tonight and his chances at the ballot box in November?
Well, I fully expect President Biden to bring up the former president's legal issues. I'd be surprised if he doesn't mention convicted felon at least 5 times, if he can remember that. On his note cards. So when it comes to the actual audience and actual voters, I figure, honestly, the people who hate Donald Trump only have yet another arrow in their quiver. But I think for his supporters, they see the weaponization of our legal system as something that will motivate them even more. They're going to vote for him even harder in 2024. So I'm not sure how many people are actually undecided in this election, but we will see, particularly after this debate.
When it comes to the voters, I want to ask you, Matthew, because we saw the quiet Trump voter phenomenon back when he ran the first time. Nobody wanted to really voice their opinion. Sure, you had some MAGA that would tell everyone what they thought, but this time around, it feels different. You have guys like David Sachs of Silicon Valley going out and hosting fundraisers for him and raising over $12 million in his house in San Francisco. You see Bill Ackman, who's a hedge fund manager who's pushing back against the woke agenda day in and day out. And he said that he's going to come out and support Trump. So what is this shift going to mean when it does get time to vote in November?
Yeah, I think you're right to mention this. It's remarkable. So it's not just tech. Remember, in 2016, Peter Thiel became famous for being the only person of stature in Silicon Valley to support Donald Trump. This time, you have many of those figures you mentioned. People say to me, I know lots of people in that industry, they say to me there's even more who are in the woodwork. Also, we have to talk about finance. So Steven Schwartzman, Jamie Dimon, enormous figures in the financial world have also at least been saying things like, you know, Trump's presidency wasn't too bad, right? Or outright saying, I'm going to support Donald Trump. So I do think this is remarkable. And what is at stake tonight is whether that's going to increase, right? I think we'll see if it increases in the coming months, but it certainly is very promising for Donald Trump.
We talk about pushing back against the woke agenda. We look at the transing of the kids. It's something that we read about and is definitely going to be part of Blaze News tonight. Title IX is under attack every single day. Some states go out there and try and protect it as much as they can, but the attack is there regardless. What do you see as the pushback against the transgender movement right now?
Well, I mean, I think that pushback can only come from conservatives, right? There's no room to be a national Democrat and not be fully on board with pride politics. And it's people think that they're voting for their daddy's Democrats, but that's not the case. This is the era of the Lupron liberal, right? Where the Democratic Party pushes puberty blockers for kids, right? The same types of drugs that they use to chemically castrate sex offenders. These are the things that they say, no, our children must have access to this. And actually, there was a story that came out about Admiral Rachel Levine, right, who born Richard Levine, who quote unquote transitioned in 2011, I think, and is now the public face of our public health establishment. And it was reported that Levine pressured an international organization, acronym WPATH, to remove the age restrictions on puberty blockers, gender surgeries, and other types of quote unquote transgender care. So this is the type of thing that I think can actually scare voters off. And I think what we've seen since 2015 with Obergefell, the Supreme Court decision that legalized same-sex marriage, is there has not been a single issue in which the left, particularly around sex, sexuality, and gender identity, where the left has said, okay, guys, I think we've gone far enough with this one. They're constantly pushing. And I think that is the type of thing that can lead to a revolt amongst some of their more moderate voters.
We're going to be interested to see if topics like that come up tonight. But Matthew, I want to ask you, what we'll be talking about after the debate if things go well for Donald Trump tonight?
Well, if things go well, you're absolutely going to hear the voices in the background talking about how Biden should step aside increase. The grumbling about Biden on the left, I mean, it's going to explode, right? I mean, there's a certain group of people out there who think this event is planned when it is, almost to test run that idea, right? So you would see a lot of people calling for Biden to step aside, to say this has gone too far. And on the Trump side, you would hope for a preference cascade where people who normally you wouldn't expect to be Trump supporters, some of the figures we mentioned earlier, more of them start coming out. And it starts becoming a normal thing to say, look, we have to do something about this in quote unquote elite society. That's what's up for grabs tonight.
So the debate is going to happen. We know it now. We were all questioning whether this debate was even going to take place, but the fate of the country is at hand. The stakes have never been higher. So will the debate live up to where we are at this moment in history?
Well, I think the bar is set fairly low in terms of what people expect from the debate. But, and I think Jason alluded to this, we have so many issues that cannot be solved at the ballot box, right? So I think one of the things that I hope comes from this is that the American people say, you know what, if we want to live a good life, it cannot start and end on election day. So I'm hoping that's one of the things that comes from this. But to Matthew's point, I am extremely interested to see what happens with Biden, President Biden, particularly if he is the nominee for his party, because if he is not, and the party does not go with the current vice president, and they go to a Gavin Newsom or someone in that demographic, that party is going to have a lot of trouble on its hands. People are talking about black men potentially voting for President Trump, but when you say that black women are the backbone of your party and you skip over Kamala for Gavin Newsom, oh, that's going to be delicious.
Oh, it is going to be delicious, and we're going to be looking forward to it the rest of the night. But Stu, some more deliciousness for you guys over there on your panel.
It's going to be a bizarre night. I want to bring in Chris Bedford. He's Blaze News senior politics editor and DC correspondent. And I got to say. It's been so strange, the reporting on all of this. We heard that Trump's VP nominee is going to be in the audience tonight, but of course there is no audience. They won't even let the reporters in there, so I don't know what that means. Do we have any idea which one of these potential picks are at least in the general vicinity of this debate?
Yeah, so there's a watch party that's being held around the corner from the debate where a lot of the folks are coming in. One person who managed to snag a ride on Trump's airplane is Vivek. That's someone who I don't actually think is very likely to be Trump's VP. Trump, for all of his different political strategies, doesn't generally like to be outshined by someone. And Vivek is someone who definitely likes the spotlight. But also at that party, you're going to see people like Ben Carson, Doug Burgum, who's someone who came onto the national stage during the Republican debates, who's forged a closer relationship with Donald Trump because he's wealthy, he's tall, he fits the mold of like a TV-looking politician, the kind of things that Donald Trump enjoys. Marco Rubio is going to be there, J.D. Vance, Elise Stefanik, and Byron Donalds. All of those are potential VP picks, but Trump also likes to play games with the news and say, well, I'm going to do this, I'm going to say that, there's going to be a big announcement, kind of troll it to get coverage. I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't see an announcement tonight. If they tried to push it back, maybe to Trump, this could be his big night. He wants the spotlight on him. The convention would be a better place, or leading up to that, to talk about it. Some other folks who are on the short list are Tim Scott, Glenn Youngkin, the governor of Virginia, and of course, maybe some of the dark horse candidates, Tom Cotton and Nikki Haley. Yeah,
I've been hearing Youngkin's name a little bit recently, a little bit more. I don't get Bergamentum. Really, I don't really understand the whole Bergamania thing. I don't understand, first of all, why he would be seen as this safe choice when he's never been tested in any sort of spotlight like this. I don't know what the fascination is there. Do you have any, if you're thinking of this as a strategist, who do you think would be the right pick for him?
Well, on Burgum, to your point, he's someone who had a lot of battles in his state with some of the more conservative lawmakers. If you dig in past what he's saying on the debate stage and what he's been saying now for Donald Trump, he's someone who hasn't always been a friend to conservatives. He didn't endorse President Trump previously. He has changed his tune, but when he was on the debate stage, he sounded more like a Koch candidate, talking about classical liberalism and free trade, and just kind of a harkens back to the 2012 GOP that Donald Trump's done so much to change. I think that J.D. Vance would be an excellent choice. So that he's a risk. He's only 39 years old. He could come across as a young man in a hurry, but potentially the Trump VP could be the person who takes the mantle of MAGA and the GOP if Trump wins after a second term. So that's what he could be looking at. Now, basically, none of these potential VPs add anything to Trump's actual electorate, except possibly for Glenn Youngkin. He's a moderate governor of Virginia who, after kind of screwing up early on in his race for governor, ended up getting momentum by courting the suburban women vote. That's one place where Donald Trump is weak and where Glenn Youngkin could actually help.
And he kind of won that election by speaking to parents, right? By saying, hey, this guy wants to take education out of your hands, and we think it should be in the parents' hands. And that was a successful message. To your J.D. Vance point, which I think is interesting, one of the things you talk about when you talk about picking a vice presidential candidate is, and in this race, again, it's Donald Trump. So he's going to be the reason why people make these choices largely. But you try to pitch to a certain constituency. You mentioned Youngkin, maybe with suburban moms. One of the things that you look at with J.D. Vance, however, is while he's from Ohio, which is no longer a swing state, used to be kind of a real biggest swing state in 2004, for example, he is from the region and certainly connects with the voters of those blue wall states that Donald Trump has to pick off one of. He cannot win this election, most likely, without winning one of Michigan, Wisconsin, or Pennsylvania. He has to at least win one of those. And at the very least, J.D. Vance seems to speak the language of the area.
He's of it. He's from Appalachia. He's not of the white working class has been forgotten. He's been from the people beneath that, those folks who are on welfare, those people from broken homes, those people who their neighbors and in themselves suffer from drug addiction, those people who have to use the military if they want to get a shot at life, which gives a great shot at life for a lot of folks. And because of that, he's one of the only politicians you see in Washington, D.C., who's not just paying lip service to MAGA, but is actually talking about a populist realignment on the GOP. And that's made him some enemies in Washington, D.C., or not so much enemies as much as people who they want to just continue business as usual. They want the GOP to be the party of let's give a lot of money to the Pentagon and let's spend the rest appropriating and let's not fight the hard cultural battles. Vance and senators like Josh Hawley are really some of the only few authentic voices that you see in Washington for a more populist realignment that a lot of folks hoped for in 2016, but so far has yet to materialize.
How central to Trump's decision for Trump do you think is legacy? And I don't mean like, okay, his presidency and how it's looked at. I mean like the future of the movement. Does he think of this as the changes that I've made in this movement, I want to extend beyond me? He's going to be term limited. The next, whoever he picks as VP is the most likely person to be the president in 2028. Certainly going to have an advantage of name recognition, if nothing else. How central to that is his decision?
I don't think it's that central. In 2016, Trump ran on a movement, and he was very successful in doing that. He had listed a couple of serious issues that he wanted to push, and that was how he gained momentum. He was really tuned in. In 2020, we saw Donald Trump run more based on Donald Trump. It was his grievances. It was, and by the way, his grievances were completely legitimate. But it was the people who'd wronged him, where things had gone wrong. And he didn't do he actually increased his share of the vote or increased his vote numbers, but it didn't scream about a movement there. And now he's come back. We've seen that he is willing to cut compromises. He's willing to work closely with Kevin McCarthy. You've seen from his endorsements that it's not necessarily movement-based. It's based on folks who've shown some more loyalty to him or people he thinks are most likely to win. He, of course, likes winners, or people who have connections to the consultant class that's around him, if not that. J.D. Vance would be the obvious choice if he wants to build a movement. And Vance has also been hustling on the more practical issues of raising money for Donald Trump and locking up the United States Senate with him and Senator Lee and a couple others, stopping the U.S. Senate from being able to confirm judges without using a lot of time ever since the lawfare has been going on. He makes that powerful play, but I think that right now Trump's major concern is just getting back to the White House and staying out of prison.
Yeah. Speaking of staying out of prison, this is a very strange debate in that, seemingly Donald Trump is partially under a gag order when he's trying to actually do a debate. What does that mean? Can he break a gag order in the middle of a debate? What are the consequences if he does?
Well, he certainly could, and then he'd risk actually going to prison over that. I think it could be an intelligent political play here. He should go up there and say, I'm not allowed to talk about my prosecution at the hands of the Biden DOJ. And they say they've got nothing to do with it. Then why did Matthew Colangelo, the number 3 guy at the DOJ, resign his post and take a massive demotion to go to Manhattan to be an assistant who helped put Donald Trump in prison? Now, Trump's not allowed to mention Matthew Colangelo's name. Why not say it in the debate stage and point at Joe Biden and say, he's going to put me in prison if I say this name, if I tell you this truth? I remember after the 2016 election, all of the press, the New York Times and CNN and other places talking about how they made a huge mistake by putting Donald Trump on the air as much as they did. They wish they hadn't, and they've completely changed that strategy where they're trying to give him no airtime nowadays. Well, I think that may have backfired as well. And if you see him win in 2024, you'll see a lot of mea culpa pieces saying, well, we wish Trump had been we should have put him on all the time. We should have put him on unvarnished. We shouldn't have allowed his reputation to build based on the things that he's accomplished. You'll see that. And if they try to put him in prison, well, I think it'll get a lot worse.
Chris Bedford, you'll be seeing a lot more of Chris on Blaze News tonight. And if you, of course, liked his analysis, you're going to love his insider newsletter. It's the Beltway Brief by Blaze Media, delivered 3 times a week, direct to your inbox. You can sign up for the newsletter tonight at theblaze.com/Bedford, and of course get access to all the shows right here on the Blaze at blazedebate.com. The code is debate. You can save with that code. Join us. You're not getting this. I have not checked CNN tonight yet, but I assume the coverage is much, much different over there. You can get real coverage right here as part of your Blaze TV subscription. We really encourage you to join. Now, we have a lot of real coverage here. We also have a lot of fake coverage from Dave Landau. He is, of course, the host of Normal World right here on Blaze TV. And our own political roast master, he joins us from his set. What's up, Dave?
Hey, how are you?
I can't hear you. Can we hear Dave?
Can you not hear me? I can hear me.
Dave, I mean, they...
Nothing?
Oh, wait a minute. Is this like the debate? They're going to turn you off when you're not allowed to speak?
It's a mute button. Can you hear me at all?
We can hear you now, yes.
Okay.
All right.
I even get a don't talk button here. What's up?
How's it going, man?
Good.
Yeah, this is going to be a crazy night. Give me your biggest prediction tonight for Joe Biden.
I think for Joe Biden, he's going to enter the room in the same way that it's going to look like if you went to somebody's house and you didn't realize they had a 36-year-old cat. And you just think it's unhealthy, and you hope that they get a new one.
It's going to feel a little awkward because he does walk out there, and you look at him, and you just think something bad could happen to that person at any moment. And I don't know that I want to be here to see it.
Yeah, very graham crackery bones. Anything at any minute could snap. Like, the only way I think he could be more vibrant is if they put a dead body in between them, like the movie Saw. And then the twist could be it just unzips and becomes just RFK.
It's at least possible.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we have a situation here where they got an uphill battle to convince people that this guy is coherent enough to be president. This is not an easy task.
They have a slight uphill. They have just a ledge, just a good curb hill battle.
Yes, and you're trying to go up in a walker.
Yes.
So it's very, very difficult.
There's tennis balls.
Yeah. What can they do to try to make Biden appear healthy?
That would be about it, I think. I think the only way is if you have if one leg is getting a crystal meth pump and then the other one is getting a benzo downer. That way it keeps him a little steady through the entire thing, but you got to be careful not to stop the heart.
Oh, I like that because you have when they do those little political dial tests, you can kind of just go back and forth between the meth, the uppers and the downers.
Yes, exactly.
Just even them out in between answers.
And as long as he's hitting the right buttons, which he won't, we'll see how it goes. But I think that's the only way is if it's the best concoction of drugs we've ever seen. It might be the actual cure for dementia that Pfizer finally decides to give out.
All right, so let's go over to Donald Trump. What do you hope to hear from Trump tonight?
Boy, a lot. I think he should announce his running mate. I think the problem is if he does announce his running mate, that if he completely trounces Biden, it's the only thing that they're going to cover is who his running mate is and kind of ignore everything else that happens.
Yeah, that's very, very true. All right, let me go over to, you've got Trump, and he's going to get hit with a certain amount of things. He's going to be called a convicted felon a certain amount of times. At some point, Trump is going to be hit with, hey, Biden's going to say, hey, Michael Cohen, you made him pay Stormy Daniels $130,000 back in 2016. People kind of know the outline of that story. How does he fight it off?
I think he says that in today's dollars, it would be closer to $700,000. Then you win.
Yes.
All of America can feel that.
And so, Dana Bash is going to be on that mute button if you start saying that line.
Oh, you know it.
You know that. All right, CNN has announced that they are going to have the power to mute these mics, as we've been talking about, if things get out of control. I mean, look, I could see, in theory, in a normal debate, how that could make some sense. You don't want people talking over each other. We saw this in the Republican primary debates at times. They were just all over each other. You couldn't understand anything. But, I mean, do you think it's a good idea to have CNN in control of a mute button?
A few reasons. I mean, I do. Usually when you hear the term hot mic, Lindsey Graham's paying off a male stripper. But
Oh, no.
I do think that, the thing about the mic is I think it's going to give Trump more time to think about the best answer. Because sometimes they'll go for the funniest, most cutting, and it may not be the most thoughtful. And I think that's going to actually give him a few more beats to think of something that's going to be the best answer as opposed to the knee-jerk reaction. Yeah,
I mean, I'm a little conflicted because some of the best moments from Trump during these debates were, like when he said to Hillary Clinton, well, that's because you'd be in jail. It was off the top of his head. He just fired it out, and it was a great moment. The whole crowd laughed. Now there's no crowd.
Right.
I mean, you're a comedian. You do stand-up.
Yes.
stand up without a crowd is something really different.
And he needs it, and he has that element to him where he needs the applause, he needs the reaction, and since he doesn't have that, I really think that they don't realize what they're doing by giving him that amount to pause. You know, if I was him, I would have learned, you know, some sign language. But whatever.
If he flips off Joe Biden in the middle of one of the silent moments, it's going to be a very, very interesting thing, and I'll blame you.
If he doesn't, I'll be surprised.
Yeah. All right, stick around after the debate to see a very special Dave Landau roast. He's going to be watching everything. Dave, you're going to be hitting all the candidates on whatever is the most ridiculous moment in the entire debate. There's going to be all sorts of crazy nonsense. I'm sure some dementia patient impressions, and for sure there's going to be many laughs to come from Dave Landau. Great show as well. Part of your Blaze TV subscription, by the way, blazetv.com. The code is debate. Come on board. Be part of this community. It's a great community. They've got a lot of great shows. You're never going to need to turn anything else on. That I can pretty much promise you. Up next, we have another exciting announcement. We're going to go to that here in a minute. But I want to talk to the panel because that is really one of Trump's superpowers, Sarah. Like, you have a situation where Donald Trump can fire these things out, and people want to make him into this evil dictator, horrible person. And in reality, he has that television sensibility. And he does have, I mean, he's just like a legitimately funny guy, love him or hate him.
Yeah.
But they're going to take some of that away from him when they take the spontaneity out. Well, how does he deal with that?
I totally agree. I mean, I think the only way that you can deal with it, if you still want to get those barbs in, which again, I don't know that you need to, but if he feels the need to, I guess you use your own time to say it. I mean, nothing says the rules don't say that you can't use your own time to say whatever you'd like to Joe Biden, maybe face him directly. I prefer that he stick to the American people, unless he just has one of those because you'd be in jail moments,
right.
Which, I mean, I do love, to be honest with you. But
it is a lot of fun. But, you know, comedy's timing, right? Like,
right.
And
yeah,
like the
it
fact
is.
that he can't just jump in when he wants to.
And it's always a good time for a Lindsey Graham homo blast. It's always a good time for one of those.
So that's appropriate at all
Absolutely.
times?
I mean, in fact, you know what? If he just wanted to do the whole debate, if that was an hour and a half troll of Lindsey Graham, I'll allow it.
Would you go to a 60-minute Dave Landau show specifically focused only on Lindsey Graham?
Absolutely. Yes.
he
absolutely.
said that joke, and I was like,
Yes.
this is totally
Does he know? Did he know I was here? Yes.
Apparently so.
Yes. Okay. All right. Yes.
Apparently so. All right. So we get to this point where we're watching this debate. These guys are going to be going at each other. I think like there is an element of Trump that taking this out of the completely serious is probably the right way to go. Like, people are people. They live in a culture. They don't live as, you know, spreadsheets. They don't live as policy papers. They don't live as white papers. There has to be personality here. We know Joe Biden doesn't have it. Can Trump inject that in this weird format?
Yeah, absolutely. It's so weird that the GOP is obsessed with being the most serious people in the world, as if that has done any good for them, as if the Mitt Romneys of the world have just taken the political stage by storm. The reason Donald Trump works is that he's one of the people. Yes, he's a billionaire, but he connects. He's funny. He jokes. He feels genuine, even though oftentimes he's bombastic. That's kind of what you want from, you know, your uncle who's out there being charismatic. And that's exactly what he should bring into that scenario. No one is looking for dour Donald Trump. Nobody wants to see victim Donald Trump. They want to see him funny. They want to see him punching. They want to see him on the attack. That's where he's always strong. And yeah, he is in the scenario where they've pulled the audience out so he doesn't feed back the energy quite as well. But I still think he's able to go ahead and keep that cadence up.
Yeah, I mean, look, this guy was a television star, right? Like, he knows how to play to these audiences if he chooses to do that, right? There have been times where, like, he is just talking about someone who's wronged him or whatever, and it becomes personal and it's not as relatable to the average person, even though I do think a lot of this lawfare stuff is right? Yes. It's scary, and I think that might be a much better point than to focus on some of the other stuff he's hit. Before we go, we have what, 20 minutes now to this debate? I mean, we're coming up on it. I mean, we're going to be seeing Joe Biden waddle out on stage in 20 minutes. This
Stop
is going
and ask
to happen.
yourself, what is Joe Biden doing right now?
Yes. What subject is going into his veins?
What is he doing
his arms
right this
about
minute?
like this, and yeah.
What do you think he's doing?
I mean, what Ishtar, what pagan relic are they making alms and sacrifices to as we speak? I mean, we can't do this, guys. I mean, we are sitting here 20 minutes before a debate, and none of us has a freaking clue what the President of the United States is doing right this minute. And here's the thing, we don't have a clue what he can do. We don't have a clue what he. Stop and think about that. Like, would you let Joe Biden babysit your kids?
Absolutely not.
God,
Would you let Joe Biden
kids.
drive you to work? You want Joe Biden picking you up at the airport when you fly in from Florida? No. This is the president of the United States, guys. This is incredible to me.
But is it though? Like that's
Right.
I mean, seriously, that is the thing that we are.
I am Vanta Black. Do not take that away from me, Ron.
Technically, yes.
Yeah, but that's the amazing thing about this whole charade is everyone knows, even the left knows that Joe Biden is not running the White House. He's not running the administration. Yeah, every president has some amount of advisors sitting in and speaking, but he is completely disconnected from the governance of this country, and we're all pretending like that's not the case. It's very strange.
Yeah, Biden's presidency is like a Ben Affleck marriage. It's a marriage on paper. Like, I don't know if it's a real marriage, but it sort of exists. All right, so let's take a break here and go to Liz Wheeler. She's the host of the Liz Wheeler Show. And we can tell you right now, for I think like the first time, she has joined the Blaze Media family. This is a significant moment for Blaze Media. We're really excited about this. Couldn't be more thrilled to welcome such a powerful and influential voice to our platform. Liz's bold approach to journalism and unwavering commitment to truth makes her a perfect fit for Blaze TV, and we're excited for all the incredible content that is coming your way very, very soon. Get ready for a new era of compelling and thought-provoking programming with Liz Wheeler on Blaze TV. Welcome, Liz.
Stu, thank you so much for having me. It's really, I mean, you can tell by the smile on my face, I am so excited about this. I'm so excited to be part of the Blaze family. And we have some big plans coming up. We're in the process of building our new studio right now, which is freaking cool, if I may say so. And I couldn't be more thrilled to be here tonight. I'm just waiting for Joe Biden to poop his pants in a couple of minutes here.
And then we'll have something really good to talk about. So what can you tell us about sort of the new chapter of the Liz Wheeler Show?
Yeah, so let me tell you what this show won't be first, before we talk about what it will be. The new season of the Liz Wheeler Show will not be generic, old, boring, stale political commentary. You can go tune into, I don't know, Fox perhaps, if you want the political yammering that got us into this mess. The thesis of the new show, are you ready for this? The thesis of the new show is be based or our country dies. And with this thesis in mind, we are going to challenge everything because, Stu, you know as well as I know, everyone watching knows, the small assumptions that we have accepted as a society have allowed or led to big lies that have significantly impacted our lives. So we are going to challenge everything and believe no one on the new show. We have an incredible list of guests lined up. The first episodes are fantastic. I can't wait to share them with you guys. It should be launching about the last week in July. I'll have a specific date, an exact date here for you shortly, but it is going to be fun. We've been working hard already.
Well, you're going to have a lot to talk about. I don't know if you know that going into this election season. There's never, I remember Glenn and I talking about, like, we used to have to go to, like, look things up and go to the library and do all these things to try to figure out what we were going to talk about. Now, it's just a matter of what we cut. Like, there's so much to talk about on a daily basis. So as you look forward to tonight and into the election season here, Liz, what do you think is coming our way?
Yeah, I mean, it is a hybrid, like you said, of going to the library and doing a deep dive into the motivations of the ideologies of the left, because it's not just imbeciles, dementia-ridden imbeciles running the White House. These are ideological radicals who have in their direct sight the downfall of our country. And we have to know what they're planning and why they're planning in order to stop them. So we simultaneously troll X for videos of Joe Biden while we're in the library looking at these source documents. It's kind of what my show will be. That's what I know. That's what the viewers love the most, is that hybrid of laughing at the silly part, I guess, of Joe Biden, but also really getting to the bottom of it. But listen, I have pretty low expectations for tonight, but not necessarily low expectations for Joe Biden. Last week, when we heard the media and even some people on the left claiming that Joe Biden was about to be replaced by the Democrats, I think a lot of Republicans fell for that narrative. And they said, oh, even some on the left want to get rid of Joe Biden. And I don't think so. I don't think that they do at all. I think those videos of Biden having the senior moments that he always has were amplified because the left wants us to lower our expectations. All Joe Biden has to do tonight on that debate stage is not poop his pants. And the mainstream media will be like, better than we expected. He actually outperformed our expectations. And they're not wrong, because some of these dementia moments have been so severe, because the state of our country is in such decline. He really does just not have to have a horrendous moment and it will look like some kind of victory for him. So that's why I really encourage and have encouraged President Trump to be based and go scorched earth. We don't want any appeal to the moderate suburban mom. And what I mean by that is they're welcome to vote for our party. I want them to be part of the Republican Party. I think that Trump's policies best serve their interests. However, when the Republicans try to pander to who they think suburban moms are, the way it comes off is, well, pandering. It comes off as kind of weak and moderate. And I don't think Trump should do that. I think Trump should read the email that we saw on Hunter Biden's laptop referencing the big guy. I think Trump should violate his gag order and talk about Matthew Colangelo, that former Department of Justice, number 3 at the Department of Justice, who left that job to work for Alvin Bragg in Manhattan to prosecute Trump. The judge says Trump's not allowed to talk to us about that. Trump should do it. Trump should be as based as possible. Every time Joe Biden says the word felon, President Trump should graphically describe the crimes committed by illegal aliens against women and children in our country. That's the way to energize the base. That's the way to increase turnout. That's the way to show us that if he does win election, he's not going to fall for any of the deep state deceptions that were inflicted on him the last time, that he is going to be a fighter. And I mean, I hope and I pray that's what we see tonight.
I will say, if we did a draft as to what host would say the word poop on the air twice first, you would not have been the #1 draft pick, Liz. I think Jeffy probably goes first in that conversation. But I'm glad. I mean, this is what better way to bring you on board than that?
Listen, it's a dubious honor. It'll go in my bio.
There it is. It's it's in our now promotional package for the show. Yeah. Let's talk about Trump's conviction here for a second. There's nothing that watching this situation that make you believe they're going to go easy on Donald Trump, right? I think, you think they're going to want to put this guy in prison. Do you think he'll actually do jail time?
Well, listen, this is a very interesting event that we are experiencing, or time that we're experiencing in the lead up to an election, right? July 11th, the president of the United States could be sentenced, or the former president who wants to be the president again could be sentenced to life in prison. Needless to say, this says we've never experienced anything like this. And I try to stay away from predictions. I try to avoid predictions oftentimes, but I do have a prediction about this. I was sure, like many of us were, that President Trump would be convicted, but I don't think they will send him to jail immediately. I don't think he will be remanded on July 11th and go behind bars before we cast our ballots, because what that would do would enrage his base. Even moderates don't think what's happening to him is fair. That would almost guarantee that he win the election if the left did that to him. So I don't think they will. I think what they'll do is delay it. And in the event that their almost inevitable cheating is not successful in November and he is elected president, they will then try to imprison him, because they know what will happen when President Trump is imprisoned. And I don't say this, I say this prediction, it's almost difficult to say. I think there will be political violence if Trump is imprisoned. And I don't recommend this. I don't think that it should happen, but there will be some Trump supporter who, though having a valid grievance over the repeated and egregious targeting of President Trump, is righteously angry, will do something stupid. And I don't think they should, but I think it will happen. And that person, the left will treat as the vanguard and will say, all Republicans are violent. They're all terrorists. We're going to crack down. And they want this political violence in the streets because they know that that's the revolution that they want. This whole radical leftism isn't just phantom leftist politics. It's a strategy to topple our Republican form of government and impose instead Marxism. We know this. We see this everywhere, from AOC socialism, the Green New Deal, to the anti-Semitism that we see popping up in college campuses, indoctrinating these young people into being absolute radicals, terrorist sympathizers. They want our country to be Marxist. And they know that in order to usher in Marxism, we're not going to vote that in. It's going to have to be a revolution. So they'll wait to imprison Trump until they want the political violence. It's not the right that wants it. It's the left. So the day that they put Trump in jail, you can be sure that they're hoping someone will pop off.
We also had Supreme Court decisions we have a bunch tomorrow that are going to come out as well. One decision we got from the super duper mega conservative Supreme Court was about the social media pressures being put on by the Biden administration over on these social media companies. We've got about a minute left here, Liz, but this seemed like a pretty significant decision and seemingly the wrong one.
Of course it's the wrong one, because this super conservative Supreme Court isn't super conservative. There are 3 justices on the Supreme Court who have a proper understanding of the rule of law in our Constitution. There are 3 justices who are kind of establishment squishes, and then there are 3 liberal justices, of course. It's the most insane ruling that we've seen in a long time, and it's almost being overlooked in its insanity because it is a direct assault on free speech. It's also hypocritical, of course, from the leftist justices, because they are happy to grant standing in cases where the plaintiff really shouldn't have standing if it aligns with their ideology. But the second a case doesn't align with their ideology, they want to rule narrowly on standing. Let me just say this. When the Hunter Biden laptop story was suppressed by big tech at the behest of government officials, it impacted every single one of us, Stu. There are polls that show that on election day of 2020, 36% of Democrat voters hadn't even heard about the story. And of those 36% that hadn't heard of the story, 5% said they would not have voted for Joe Biden had they known about the story. That means that had government not told big tech to censor this story and these voters had heard about it, Joe Biden would not be president right now, which means that every single person in our country was victimized by this. So of course Missouri has standing. Of course they do. And the Supreme Court, almost as always now, are cowards.
If you don't know Liz, she's going to terrify big tech censors. Make sure you watch the show. It's coming up, as she said, in just a few weeks. Make sure to subscribe to Blaze TV tonight at BlazeTV or BlazeDebate.com. There you go, and you can get on there, get the launch of Liz's new show, and of course Blaze TV tonight, Blaze News tonight as well. Again, it's BlazeDebate.com. Use the code DEBATE for $30 off an annual subscription. Speaking of Blaze News tonight, I want to go over to Jill. Jill, are you with us on your set? We're getting close here. We're 9 minutes away from this disaster starting. What do you guys think is going to happen?
We are all very much anticipating the start of Liz Wheeler's new show, and we are all very much anticipating the start of this presidential debate. And I don't think, like you said, nobody knows what's going to happen. So, Delano, I want to start with you. Are we going to learn anything tonight, right? It's going to be the CNN moderators. What can we even expect to see when we have no idea, full admittance that we don't know, but what do you think that we can actually potentially learn out of this debate tonight?
So I'll be looking for the energy of both candidates because, again, as much as we talk about President Biden's age, obviously President Trump is not that far behind. And at a certain age, you start to lose some speed on your fastball. You can go from Randy Johnson to Phil Necro in a very short period of time. So the energy of both candidates, substantive policy discussions, particularly on the economy and on immigration. I would be interested to hear both men lay out a vision for the future of the country. I'm also interested to see how much of the discussion will be about personal issues, right? Whether it's Biden and his health issues, or President Trump and his legal issues, as opposed to the issues that Americans care about. And then if I was President Trump, for as much as the left talks about criminal justice reform, if President Biden tries to hit me and call me a convicted felon, I say, ho, wait a minute, Joe. I'm a justice-involved individual. That's what you guys like to say. And I would hammer home the point that the left only likes to talk tough on crime when they can weaponize the legal system against their political opponents, not when it's crimes happening in neighborhoods all across the country where American citizens are victims.
Well, can he stick to that talking point, Matthew? When we look at Donald Trump, we know that he is best when he is out there not talking about himself, but saying that I will be that person that will stand in for you. So will he be able to stick to the talking points that the American people want to hear from him tonight?
I think what the American people want to hear is what Donald Trump has to say often. I do think he has to avoid certain things. I think you're right in a lot of what you said. I think he might need to avoid just continually attacking him in an empty room. This is a very weird format. In a way where it's almost like you feel bad for this sad old man, right? And I think he will do that. He needs to mix it up with humor, in other words, and not just attack. Be his bold traveling self on the Trump tour, right? And talk about the variety show of stuff, right? That people care about. So I think if he changes it up and he hits on these key issues, he's going to be fine. I mean, it's really hard for me to see a bad scenario, but then again, this is not a fair and balanced debate setup.
We heard Steve Deace earlier say, is Joe Biden actually going to make it the full 90 minutes? What do you think?
I'm sure he would. Will. I mean,
He's sure. He's
yeah.
sure.
I mean, between B12 shots, mango slices, I mean, there are a lot of things that you can do to sort of give yourself an artificial boost of energy. It seems as he's been keeping a fairly low profile the last couple of days. I've read commentary that people think maybe they're getting him on a different sort of sleep cycle. So I'm sure hour and a half is not the longest debate we've ever seen. So I think he'll make it through.
Yes or no?
I think whether we won't know, right? Because what's going to happen is the CNN anchors are going to take over this debate and be arguing against Trump the entire time. And let's face it, right now in their minds, they're ready for the show. Like they're the theater kids who are going to finally get the bully alone in a room. Bad orange Hitler is right there, and they're going to cut off his mic over and over again. And afterwards, the walls will be closing in, and you know that that's what they're thinking right now. So think about that. Those people are loaded for bear. And then the other thing to think about is, despite everything else we just said, we're about to watch the leader of the free world debate the ex-leader of the free world live on TV.
Well, you know, we didn't think that we would be going through and asking if the president of the United States would actually be able to make it 90 minutes, Stu, but here we are.
Here we are, and we are about to see it. We're about to see if this comes true. We're about to see these two men walk into this room and the CNN presidential debate. What do you expect, sir?
Well, first of all, I think you should define walk, because with Joe, it's more of a shuffle.
Yeah.
But look, I think that this is the first time that we are going to see Joe Biden, presumably, okay, we haven't seen him yet, but presumably juiced up on something without a prompter. All of the other times that we've seen that, he has been able to stick to the prompter. And so this is going to be the first time that we are seeing him, no prompter, no notes, juiced up. What's going to happen? We don't know, but don't worry, guys. It's just the country at stake, so no big deal.
I'm not entirely sure there won't be a prompter. I don't know how they're going to pull it off, but it's possible they slip it in somehow. We'll see. We'll have to see.
Well, also, don't worry, because CNN did say that they did not leak the Biden campaign any of the questions, and you can just take their word for that.
That would be a first, right? It would be a first if they didn't do it. Steve, final word.
I mean, to quote one of my all-time favorite movie characters, Robert Downey Jr. played in Tropic Thunder, survive. I mean, I don't know what else I don't know what else will happen. I'm a dude playing a dude who's another dude. I mean, I don't know what else is going to happen tonight. I mean, I have no clue. I don't.
Did he say that in blackface? Is the question?
I mean, I don't know. Did he?
I can't remember. That was the movie. He was in blackface.
Yeah.
Right?
So he's just a dude playing another dude, playing another dude.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I do. By the way, there was this is real. Today in the New York Times was a lengthy review about how good White Chicks was.
What?
I swear this is real. I did not click on the wrong link and we're going back to 2005. There was a story today saying actually White Chicks was not only okay, it was actually hilarious because they were commenting on white privilege. So it's white face is apparently A-okay.
You know why I never heard about this?
No.
It was in the New York Times.
Yeah, what are you doing,
I know.
Stu?
I have very dark interest on the
You're
internet.
only doing it for the articles.
Right, yeah, I swear. Never look at the pictures. Oren, final word.
Yeah, ultimately, I think Trump's obviously going to be debating CNN anchors more than he's going to be debating Joe Biden, and that's really going to be the tail of the tape. Joe Biden might wander in every once in a while, talk a little bit about how you can't fight off F-15s with AR-15s or something like that. But ultimately, I think the real show is going to be Trump versus CNN.
Yeah, I mean, this is really fascinating because it is 2-3-1 with Donald Trump, and he's got to know that going in. He knew what he was getting into. He knows the rules. You don't have to help him, right? Donald Trump can defend himself, and we're about to see that happen. It's going to be a fascinating night, and I want to make sure that your debate coverage is uninterrupted. So you're thinking, I got to go switch over to CNN right now. You don't. You can stay right here. We're going to be simulcasting the CNN presidential debate right here on Blaze TV. Uninterrupted. You'll see the whole thing. We won't get in there with our snarky comments, I promise. Well, maybe we will on Blaze TV live chat. Just a little bit on Blaze TV live chat. If you're a Blaze TV subscriber, or you can do that right now, get subscribed, go to the live chat. We're going to be in there giving some real-time fact checks and all sorts of fun little details that we notice in there. And then we will be back on after the show. We've got Glenn Beck is going to kick off our debate reaction. You don't want to miss that. Glenn's, of course, raw commentary. We'll have Dave Landau's debate roast afterward. Expert analysis from Chris Bedford and Liz Wheeler and Steve Deace and Sara Gonzales and Aaron McIntyre, the whole panel on the other side. We got everybody here. It's going to be a lot to cover. So I want to make sure you get access to all of this content. Go to BlazeDebate.com right now. BlazeDebate.com. Use the code DEBATE to get $30 off your subscription. Now, I go back a long time at this place. Back when Glenn started this, we were called GBTV initially, and it turned into the Blaze. And It's funny, his real reason for starting this was all the stuff we're dealing with big tech right now. That was like legitimately why he did it. He's like, we got to get people to us, to have a direct relationship with people, because the left is going to do everything they can to censor our connections. They're going to kick us off of social media. They're going to kick us off of Fox News. They're going to kick us off of CNN. They're going to get us out and make sure that they can't, the people can't hear from us the truth. Well, that's why the Blaze exists. BlazeTV is a place for you, and I want you to join it with us. BlazeDebate.com. The code is debate. BlazeDebate.com. The code is debate. You get $30 off your subscription tonight only. Don't miss it. The simulcast of the CNN presidential debate starts right now.
We're live from Georgia, a key battleground state in the race for the White House. In just moments, the current U.S. president will debate the former U.S. president as their party's presumptive nominees, a first in American history. We want to welcome our viewers in the United States and around the world to our studios in Atlanta. This is the CNN presidential debate.
This debate is being produced by CNN and is coming to you live on CNN, CNN International, CNN.com, CNN Max, and CNN Espanol. This is a pivotal moment between President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump in their rematch for the nation's highest office. Each will make his case to the American people with just over 4 months until Election Day. Good evening, I'm Dana Bash, anchor of CNN's Inside Politics and co-anchor of State of the Union.
I'm Jake Tapper, anchor of CNN's The Lead and co-anchor of State of the Union. Dana and I will co-moderate this evening. Our job is to facilitate a debate between the two candidates tonight. Before we introduce them, we want to share the rules of the debate with the audience at home. Former President Trump will be on the left side of the screen. President Biden will be appearing on the right. A coin toss determined their positions. Each candidate will have 2 minutes to answer a question and 1 minute each for responses and rebuttals. An additional minute for follow-up, clarification, or response is at the moderator's discretion.
When it's time for a candidate to speak, his microphone will be turned on and his opponent's microphone will be turned off. Should a candidate interrupt when his microphone is muted, he will be difficult to understand for viewers at home. At the end of the debate, each candidate will get 2 minutes for closing statements. There is no studio audience tonight. Pre-written notes, props, or contact with campaign staff are not permitted during the debate. By accepting our invitation to debate, both candidates and their campaigns agreed to accept these rules.
Now, please welcome the 46th President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Folks, how are you? Great to be here. Thank you.
And please welcome the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump. Gentlemen, thanks so much for being here. Let's begin the debate, and let's start with the issue that voters consistently say is their top concern, the economy. President Biden, inflation has slowed, but prices remain high. Since you took office, the price of essentials has increased. For example, a basket of groceries that cost $100 then now costs more than $120. And typical home prices have jumped more than 30%. What do you say to voters who feel they are worse off under your presidency than they were under President Trump?
We got to take a look at what I was left when I became president and what Mr. Trump left me. We had an economy that was in free fall. The pandemic was so badly handled. Many people were dying. All he said was, it's not that serious. Just inject a little bleach into your arm. You'll be all right. The economy collapsed. There were no jobs. Unemployment rate rose to 15%. It was terrible. And so what we had to do is try to put things back together again. And that's exactly what we began to do. We created 15,000 new jobs. We brought out the position where we have 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. But there's more to be done. There's more to be done. Working class people are still in trouble. I come from Scranton, Pennsylvania. I come of a household where the kitchen table, if the things weren't able to be met during the month, it was a problem. Price of eggs, the price of gas, the price of housing, the price of a whole range of things. That's why I'm working so hard to make sure I deal with those problems. And we're going to make sure that we reduce the price of housing. We're going to make sure we build 2 million new units. We're going to make sure we cap rents so corporate greed can't take over. The combination, what I was left with in corporate greed, is the reason why we're in this problem right now. In addition to that, we're in a situation where if you take a look at all that was done in his administration, he didn't do much at all. By the time he left, things were in chaos, literally chaos. And so we put things back together. We created, I said, those jobs. We make sure we had a situation where we brought down the price of prescription drugs, which is a major issue for many people, to $15 for a insulin shot as opposed to $400. No senior has to pay more than $200 for any drug, all the drugs they can include beginning next year. And the situation is we're going to make that available to everybody, to all Americans. So we're working to bring down the price around the kitchen table, and that's what we're going to get done.
Thank you. President Trump?
We have the greatest economy in the history of our country. We have never done so well. Everybody was amazed by it. Other countries were copying us. We got hit with COVID. And when we did, we spent the money necessary so we wouldn't end up in a Great Depression, the likes of which we had in 1929. By the time we finished, so we did a great job. We got a lot of credit for the economy, a lot of credit for the military, and no wars and so many other things. Everything was rocking good. But the thing we never got the credit for, and we should have, is getting us out of that COVID mess. He created mandates that was a disaster for our country. But other than that, we had given them back a country where the stock market actually was higher than pre-COVID, and nobody thought that was even possible. The only jobs he created are for illegal immigrants and bounce-back jobs, a bounce-back from the COVID. He has not done a good job. He's done a poor job, and inflation's killing our country. It is absolutely killing us.
Thank you. President Biden?
Well, look, the greatest economy in the world. He's the only one who thinks that, I think. I don't know anybody else who thinks he had the greatest economy in the world. And, the fact of the matter is that we found ourselves in a situation where his economy, he rewarded the wealthy. He had the largest tax cut in American history, $2 trillion. He raised a deficit larger than any president has in any one term. He's the only president other than Herbert Hoover who's lost more jobs than he had when he began, since Herbert Hoover. The idea that he did something that was significant. And the military, when he was president, they were still killing people in Afghanistan. He didn't do anything about that. When he was president, we were still finding ourselves in a position where you had a notion that we were this safe country. The truth is, I'm the only president this century that doesn't have this decade, that doesn't have any troops dying anywhere in the world like he did.
President Trump, I want to follow up if I can.
Am I allowed to respond to him?
Well, I'm going to ask you a follow-up. You can do whatever you want with the minute that we give you. I want to follow up. You want to impose a 10% tariff on all goods coming into the U.S. How will you ensure that that doesn't drive prices even higher?
It's not going to drive them higher. It's just going to cost countries that have been ripping us off for years, like China and many others, in all fairness to China. It's going to just force them to pay us a lot of money, reduce our deficit tremendously, and give us a lot of power for other things. But he made a statement. The only thing he was right about is I gave you the largest tax cut in history. I also gave you the largest regulation cut in history. That's why we had all the jobs. And the jobs went down, and then they bounced back, and he's taking credit for bounce back jobs. You can't do that. He also said he inherited 9% inflation. Now, he inherited almost no inflation, and it stayed that way for 14 months. And then it blew up under his leadership because they spent money like a bunch of people that didn't know what they were doing. And they don't know what they were doing. It was probably the worst administration in history. There's never been. And as far as Afghanistan is concerned, I was getting out of Afghanistan, but we were getting out with dignity, with strength, with power. He got out. It was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country's life.
President Trump, over the last 8 years, under both of your administrations, the national debt soared to record highs. And according to a new nonpartisan analysis, President Trump, your administration approved $8.4 trillion in new debt, Well, so far, President Biden, you've approved $4.3 trillion in new debt. So, former President Trump, many of the tax cuts that you signed into law are set to expire next year. You want to extend them and go even further, you say. With the U.S. facing trillion-dollar deficits and record debt, why should top earners and corporations pay even less in taxes than they do now?
Because the tax cuts spurred the greatest economy that we've ever seen just prior to COVID. And even after COVID, it was so strong that we were able to get through COVID much better than just about any other country. But we spurred, that tax spurred. Now, when we cut the taxes, as an example, the corporate tax was cut down to 21% from 39%, plus beyond that. We took in more revenue with much less tax, and companies were bringing back trillions of dollars back into our country. The country was going like never before, and we were ready to start paying down debt. We were ready to start using the liquid gold right under our feet, the oil and gas right under our feet. We were going to have something that nobody else has had. We got hit with COVID. We did a lot to fix it. I gave him an unbelievable situation with all of the therapeutics and all of the things that we came up with. We gave him something great. Remember, more people died under his administration, even though we had largely fixed it. More people died under his administration than our administration, and we were right in the middle of it, something which a lot of people don't like to talk about. But he had far more people dying in his administration. He did the mandate, which is a disaster, mandating it. The vaccine went out. He did a mandate on the vaccine, which is the thing that people most objected to about the vaccine. And he did a very poor job, just a very poor job. And I will tell you, not only poor there, but throughout the entire world, we're no longer respected as a country. They don't respect our leadership. They don't respect the United States anymore. We're like a third world nation between weaponization of his election, trying to go after his political opponent. All of the things he's done, we've become like a third world nation, and it's a shame. The damage he's done to our country, and I'd love to ask him, and will, why he allowed millions of people to come in here from prisons, jails, and mental institutions to come into our country and destroy our country.
President Trump, we will get to immigration later in this block. President Biden, I want to give you an opportunity to respond to this question about the national debt.
He had the largest national debt of any president in a 4-year period, number one. Number two, that $2 trillion tax cut benefited the very wealthy. What I'm going to do is fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 billionaires in America. And what's happening? They're in a situation where they, in fact, pay 8.2% in taxes. If they just paid 24%, 25%, either one of those numbers, they'd raise $500 billion, I should say, in a 10-year period. We'd be able to wipe out his debt. We'd be able to help make sure that all those things we need to do, child care, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our health care system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the COVID, with dealing with everything we have to do with, look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death, and he's destroying Medicare because all of these people are coming in. They're putting them on Medicare. They're putting them on Social Security. They're going to destroy Social Security. This man is going to single-handedly destroy Social Security. These millions and millions of people coming in, they're trying to put them on Social Security. He will wipe out Social Security. He will wipe out Medicare. So he was right in the way he finished that sentence. And it's a shame. What's happened to our country in the last 4 years is not to be believed. Foreign countries, I'm friends with a lot of people. They cannot believe what happened to the United States of America. We're no longer respected. They don't like us. We give them everything they want, and they think we're stupid. They think we're very stupid people. What we're doing for other countries, and they do nothing for us. What this man has done is absolutely criminal.
Thank you, President Trump. Dana?
This is the first presidential election since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. This morning, the court ruled on yet another abortion case, temporarily allowing emergency abortions to continue in Idaho, despite that state's restrictive ban. Former President Trump, you take credit for the decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, which returned the issue of abortion to the states.
Correct.
However, the federal government still plays a role in whether or not women have access to abortion pills. They're used in about 2/3 of all abortions. As president, would you block abortion medication?
First of all, the Supreme Court just approved the abortion pill, and I agree with their decision to have done that, and I will not block it. And if you look at this whole question that you're asking, complex but not really complex. 51 years ago, you had Roe v. Wade, and everybody wanted to get it back to the states. Everybody, without exception. Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives. Everybody wanted it back. Religious leaders. And what I did is I put 3 great Supreme Court justices on the court, and they happened to vote in favor of killing Roe v. Wade and moving it back to the states. This is something that everybody wanted. Now, 10 years ago or so, they started talking about how many weeks and how many this, getting into other things. But every legal scholar throughout the world, the most respected, wanted it brought back to the states. I did that. Now the states are working it out. If you look at Ohio, it was a decision that was an end result that was a little bit more liberal than you would have thought. Kansas, I would say the same thing. Texas is different. Florida is different. But they're all making their own decisions right now. And right now, the states control it. That's the vote of the people. Like Ronald Reagan, I believe in the exceptions. I am a person that believes. And frankly, I think it's important to believe in the exceptions. Some people, you have to follow your heart. Some people don't believe in that. But I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and the life of the mother. I think it's very important. Some people don't. Follow your heart. But you have to get elected also. And because that has to do with other things. You got to get elected. The problem they have is they're radical because they will take the life of a child in the 8th month, the 9th month, and even after birth. After birth, if you look at the former governor of Virginia, he was willing to do this. He said, we'll put the baby aside and we'll determine what we do with the baby, meaning we'll kill the baby. What happened is we brought it back to the states, and the country is now coming together on this issue. It's been a great thing.
Thank you. President Biden?
It's been a terrible thing, what you've done. The fact is that the vast majority of constitutional scholars supported Roe when it was decided, supported Roe. And that's this idea that they were all against it is just ridiculous. And this is the guy who says the state should be able to have it. We're in a state where in 6 weeks, you don't even know whether you're pregnant or not, but you cannot see a doctor and have him decide on what your circumstances are, whether you need help. The idea that states are able to do this is a little like saying we're going to turn civil rights back to the states, let each state have a different rule. Look, there's so many young women who have been, including a young woman who just was murdered, and he went to the funeral. The idea that she was murdered by an immigrant coming in, they talk about that. But here's the deal. There's a lot of young women who are being raped by their in-laws, by their spouses, brothers and sisters, it's just ridiculous, and they can do nothing about it. And they try to arrest them when they cross state lines.
Thank you.
There have been many young women murdered by the same people he allows to come across our border. We have a border that's the most dangerous place anywhere in the world, considered the most dangerous place anywhere in the world. And he opened it up, and these killers are coming into our country, and they are raping and killing women. And it's a terrible thing. As far as the abortion is concerned, it is now back with the states. The states are voting. In many cases, it's frankly a very liberal decision. In many cases, it's the opposite. But they're voting, and it's bringing it back to the vote of the people, which is what everybody wanted, including the founders, if they knew about this issue, which, frankly, they didn't. But they would have, everybody wanted brought back. Ronald Reagan wanted it brought back. He wasn't able to get it. Everybody wanted it brought back, and many presidents had tried to get it back. I was the one to do it. And again, this gives it the vote of the people, and that's where they wanted it. Every legal scholar wanted it that way.
Staying on the topic of abortion, President Biden, 7 states, I'll let you do that. This is the same topic. 7 states have no legal restrictions on how far into a pregnancy a woman can obtain an abortion. Do you support any legal limits on how late a woman should be able to terminate a pregnancy?
I supported Roe v. Wade, which had 3 trimesters. The first time is between the woman and the doctor. Second time is between the doctor and an extreme situation. The third time is between the doctor I mean, between the woman and the state. The idea that the politicians, that the founders wanted the politicians to be the ones making decisions about women's health is ridiculous. That's the last. No politician should be making that decision. A doctor should be making those decisions. That's how it should be run. That's what you're going to do. And if I'm elected, I'm going to restore Roe v. Wade.
So that means he can take the life of the baby in the 9th month and even after birth, because some states, Democrat run, take it after birth. Again, the former governor of Virginia, put the baby down, then we decide what to do with it. So he's willing to, as we say, rip the baby out of the womb in the 9th month and kill the baby. Nobody wants that to happen, Democrat or Republican. Nobody wants it to happen.
That is simply not true. The Roe v. Wade does not provide for that. That's not the circumstance. Only if a woman's life is in danger, she's going to die. That's the only circumstance in which that can happen. But we are not for late-term abortion, period. Period, period.
Under Roe v. Wade, you have late-term abortion. You can do whatever you want, depending on the state. You can do whatever you want. We don't think that's a good thing. We think it's a radical thing. We think the Democrats are the radicals, not the Republicans.
For 51 years, that was the law. 51 years, constitutional scholarship said it was the right way to go. 51 years, and it was taken away because this guy put very conservative members on the Supreme Court. He takes credit for taking it away. What's he going to do? What's he going to do, in fact, if the MAGA Republicans, he gets elected, and the MAGA Republicans control the Congress, and they pass a universal ban on abortion, period, across the board at 6 weeks or 7 or 8 or 10 weeks, something very, very conservative. Is he going to sign that bill? I'll veto it. He'll sign it.
Thank you.
Let's turn now to the issue of immigration and border security. President Biden, a record number of migrants have illegally crossed the southern border on your watch. Overwhelming border states and overburdening cities such as New York and Chicago, and in some cases causing real safety and security concerns. Given that, why should voters trust you to solve this crisis?
Because we worked very hard to get a bipartisan agreement that not only changed all of that, it made sure that we are in a situation where you had no circumstance where they could come across the border with the number of border police there are now. We significantly increased the number of asylum officers. By the way, the Border Patrol endorsed my position. In addition to that, we found ourselves in a situation where when he was president, he was separating babies from their mothers, putting them in cages, making sure the families were separated. That's not the right way to go. What I've done since I've changed the law, what's happened? I've changed it in a way that now you're in a situation where there are 40% fewer people coming across the border illegally. It's better than when he left office. And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either. Look, we had the safest border in the history of our country. The border, all he had to do was leave it. All he had to do was leave it. He decided to open up our border, open up our country to people that are from prisons, people that are from mental institutions, insane asylum, terrorists. We have the largest number of terrorists coming into our country right now, all terrorists, all over the world, not just in South America, all over the world. They come from the Middle East, everywhere. All over the world, they're pouring in. And this guy just left it open. And he didn't need legislation because I didn't have legislation. I said, close the border. We had the safest border in history. In that final couple of months of my presidency, we had, according to Border Patrol, who is great, and by the way, who endorsed me for president, but I won't say that, but they endorsed me for president. Brandon, just speak to him. But look, we had the safest border in history. Now we have the worst border in history. There's never been anything like it. And people are dying all over the place, including the people that are coming up in caravans.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden?
The only terrorist who's done anything crossing the border is one who came along and killed three, and his administration, killed an al-Qaeda person come in and his administration, killed three American soldiers. That's the only terrorist that's there. I'm not saying that no terrorist ever got through, but the idea they're emptying their prisons, we're welcoming these people, that's simply not true. There's no data to support what he said. Once again, he's exaggerating, he's lying.
President Trump, staying on the topic of immigration, you've said that you're going to carry out, quote, the largest domestic deportation operation in American history, unquote. Does that mean that you will deport every undocumented immigrant in America, including those who have jobs, including those whose spouses are citizens, and including those who have lived here for decades? And if so, how will you do it?
Just 1 second. He said we killed 3 people. The people we killed are al-Baghdadi and Soleimani, the 2 greatest terrorists, biggest terrorists anywhere in the world. And it had a huge impact on everything, not just border, on everything. He's the one that killed people with the bad water, including hundreds of thousands of people dying, and also killing our citizens when they come in. We are living right now in a rat's nest. They're killing our people in New York, in California, in every state in the union, because we don't have borders anymore. Every state is now a border. And because of his ridiculous, insane, and very stupid policies, people are coming in and they're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen. We call it migrant crime. I call it Biden migrant crime. They're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen before. And you're reading it like these 3 incredible young girls over the last few days. One of them, I just spoke to the mother, and they just had the funeral for this girl, 12 years old. This is horrible what's taken place. What's taken place in our country, we're literally an uncivilized country now. He doesn't want it to be. He just doesn't know. He opened the borders. Nobody's ever seen anything like. And we have to get a lot of these people out, and we have to get them out fast, because they're going to destroy our country. Just take a look at where they're living. They're living in luxury hotels in New York City and other places. Our veterans are on the street. They're dying because he doesn't care about our veterans. He doesn't care. He doesn't like the military at all, and he doesn't care about our veterans. Nobody been worse. I had the highest approval rating for veterans taking care of the VA. He has the worst. He's gotten rid of all the things that I approved, choice that I got through Congress, all of the different things I approved, they abandoned. We had by far the highest, and now it's down in less than half, because he's done all these great things that we did, and I think he did it just because I approved it, which is crazy. But he has killed so many people at our border by allowing all of these people to come in. And it's a very sad day in America.
President Biden, you have the mic.
Every single thing he said is a lie. Every single one. For example, veterans are a hell of a lot better off since I passed the PACT Act. 1 million of them now have insurance, and their families have it. Their families have it because what happened, whether it was Agent Orange or burn pits, they're all being covered now. And his group opposed that. We're also in a situation where we have great respect for veterans. My son spent a year in Iraq, living right next to one of those burn pits, came back with stage 4 glioblastoma. I was recently in France for D-Day, and I spoke all about those heroes that died. I went to the World War I cemetery he refused to go to. He was standing with his 4-star general, and he told me, he said, I don't want to go in there because they're a bunch of losers and suckers. My son was not a loser, was not a sucker. You're the sucker. You're the loser.
President Trump?
First of all, that was a made-up quote, suckers and losers. They made it up. It was in a third-rate magazine that's failing, like many of these magazines. He made that up. He put it in commercials. We've notified him. We had 19 people that said I didn't say it. And think of this. Who would say I'm at a cemetery or I'm talking about our veterans? Because nobody's taken better care. I'm so glad this came up, and he brought it up. There's nobody that's taken better care of our soldiers than I have. To think that I would, in front of generals and others, say suckers and losers. We have 19 people that said it was never said by me. It was made up by him, just like Russia was made up, just like the 51 intelligence agents are made up, just like the new thing with the 16 economists are talking. It's the same thing. 51 intelligence agents said that the laptop was Russia disinformation. It wasn't. That came from his son, Hunter. It wasn't Russia disinformation. He made up the suckers and losers, so he should apologize to me right now.
4-star general standing to your side who was on your staff who said you said it, period. That's number one. And number two, the idea that I have to apologize to you for anything along the line. We've done more for veterans than any president has in American history. And they now are in their family. The only sacred obligation we have as a country is to care for our veterans when they come home and their families and equip them when they go to war. That's what we're doing. That's what the VA is doing now. They're doing more for veterans than ever before in our history.
All right. Thank you so much.
Let's move to the topic of foreign policy. I want to begin with Russia's war against Ukraine, which is now in its 3rd year. Former President Trump Russian President Vladimir Putin says he'll only end this war if Russia keeps the Ukrainian territory it has already claimed and Ukraine abandons its bid to join NATO. Are Putin's terms acceptable to you?
First of all, our veterans and our soldiers can't stand this guy. They can't stand him. They think he's the worst commander-in-chief, if that's what you call him, that we've ever had. They can't stand him. So let's get that straight. And they like me more than just about any of them. And that's based on every single bit of information. As far as Russia and Ukraine, if we had a real president, the president that knew, that was respected by Putin, he would have never invaded Ukraine. A lot of people are dead right now, much more than people know. You know, they talk about numbers. You can double those numbers, maybe triple those numbers. He did nothing to stop it. In fact, I think he encouraged Russia from going in. I'll tell you what happened. He was so bad with Afghanistan. It was such a horrible embarrassment, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, that when Putin watched that and he saw the incompetence, that he should have fired those generals, like I fired the one that you mentioned. And so he's got no love lost, but he should have fired those generals. No general got fired for the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, Afghanistan, where we left billions of dollars of equipment behind. We lost 13 beautiful soldiers, and 38 soldiers were obliterated. And by the way, we left people behind, too. We left American citizens behind. When Putin saw that, he said, you know what? I think we're going to go in and maybe take this was his dream. I talked to him about it, his dream. The difference is he never would have invaded Ukraine, never. Just like Israel would have never been invaded in a million years by Hamas. You know why? Because Iran was broke with me. I wouldn't let anybody do business with them. They ran out of money. They were broke. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for anything, no money for terror. That's why you had no terror at all during my administration. This place, the whole world is blowing up under him.
President Biden?
I've never heard so much malarkey in my whole life. Look, the fact of the matter is that we're in a situation where, let's take the last point first. Iran attacked American troops, caused brain damage for a number of these troops, and he did nothing about it. Recently, not when he was president. They attacked. He said they're just having headaches. That's all it is. He didn't do a thing when the attack took place, number one. Number two, we got over 100,000 Americans and others out of Afghanistan during that airlift. Number three, we found ourselves in a situation where, if you take a look at what Trump did in Ukraine, this guy told Trump, do whatever you want, and do whatever you want. And that's exactly what Trump did to Putin, encourage him, do whatever you want. And he went in. And listen to what he said when he went in. He was going to take Kyiv in 5 days, remember? Because it's part of the old Soviet Union. That's what he wanted to reestablish, Kyiv. And he, in fact, didn't do it at all. He wasn't able to get it done. And they've lost thousands and thousands of troops, 500,000 troops.
President Trump,
I never said that.
For 1 minute, I just want to go back to my original question, which is, are Putin's terms acceptable to you? Keeping the territory in Ukraine?
No, they're not acceptable. But look, this is a war that never should have started. If we had a leader in this war, he led everybody along. He's given $200 billion now or more to Ukraine. He's given $200 billion. That's a lot of money. I don't think there's ever been anything like it. Every time that Zelensky comes to this country, he walks away with $60 billion. He's the greatest salesman ever. And I'm not knocking him. I'm not knocking anything. I'm only saying the money that we're spending on this war, and we shouldn't be spending, it should have never happened. I will have that war settled between Putin and Zelensky as president-elect before I take office on January 20th. I'll have that war settled. People being killed so needlessly, so stupidly, and I will get it settled, and I'll get it settled fast before I take office.
President Biden, you have a minute.
The fact is that Putin is a war criminal. He's killed thousands and thousands of people. And he has made one thing clear. He wants to reestablish what was part of the Soviet Empire, not just a piece. He wants all of Ukraine. That's what he wants. And then you think he'll stop there? Do you think he'll stop when if he takes Ukraine? What do you think happens to Poland? What do you think of Belarus? What do you think happens to those NATO countries? And so if you want a war, you ought to find out what he's going to do, because if in fact he does what he says and walks away, and by the way, all that money we give Ukraine are from weapons we make here in the United States. We give them the weapons, not the money at this point. And our NATO allies have produced as much funding for Ukraine as we have. That's why we're strong.
Thank you. Moving on to the Middle East. In October, Hamas attacked Israel, killing more than 1,000 people and taking hundreds of hostages. Among those held and thought to still be alive are 5 Americans. Israel's response has killed thousands of Palestinians and created a humanitarian crisis in Gaza. President Biden, you've put forward a proposal to resolve this conflict, but so far Hamas has not released the remaining hostages, and Israel is continuing its military offensive in Gaza. So what additional leverage will you use to get Hamas and Israel to end the war? You have 2 minutes.
Number one, everyone from the United Nations Security Council straight through to the G7 to the Israelis and Netanyahu himself have endorsed the plan I put forward, which has 3 stages to it. The first stage is trade the hostages for a ceasefire. Second phase is a ceasefire with additional conditions. The third phase is the end of the war. The only one who wants the war to continue is Hamas. Number one, they're the only ones standing out. We're still pushing hard to get them to accept. In the meantime, what's happened? In Israel, we're finding that the only thing I've denied Israel was 2,000-pound bombs. They don't work very well in populated areas. They kill a lot of innocent people. We're providing Israel with all the weapons they need and when they need them. And by the way, I'm the guy that organized the world against Iran when they had a full-blown intercontinental ballistic missile attack on Israel. No one was hurt. No one Israeli was accidentally killed, and it just stopped. We saved Israel. We are the biggest producer of support for Israel of anyone in the world. And so there are 2 different things. Hamas cannot be allowed to be continued. We continue to send our experts and our intelligence people as to how they can get Hamas like we did bin Laden. You don't have to do it. And by the way, they've been greatly weakened, Hamas, greatly weakened, and they should be. They should be eliminated. But you've got to be careful for using certain weapons among population centers.
Just going back to Ukraine for 1 second. We have an ocean separating us. The European nations together have spent $100 billion, or maybe more than that, less than us. Why doesn't he call them and say, you got to put up your money like I did with NATO? I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. The Secretary General of NATO said Trump did the most incredible job I've ever seen. They wouldn't have any. They were going out of business. We were spending almost 100% of the money was paid by us. He didn't do that. He's getting all. You got to ask these people to put up the money. We're over $100 billion more spent, and it has a bigger impact on them because of location, because we have an ocean in between. You got to ask them. As far as Israel and Hamas, Israel's the one that wants to go. He said the only one who wants to keep going is Hamas. Actually, Israel is the one, and you should let him go and let him finish the job. He doesn't want to do it. He's become like a Palestinian, but they don't like him because he's a very bad Palestinian. He's a weak one.
President Biden, you have a minute.
I've never heard so much foolishness. This is a guy who wants to get out of NATO. Are you going to stay in NATO? He's going to pull out of NATO. The idea that we have, our strength lies in our alliances as well. It may be a big ocean, but we're ever able to avoid a war in Europe, a major war in Europe? What happens if, in fact, you have Putin continue to go into NATO? We have an Article 5 agreement. Attack on one is attack on all. You want to start the nuclear war he keeps talking about, go ahead. Let Putin go in and control Ukraine and then move on to Poland and other places. You see what happens then. He has no idea what the hell he's talking about. And by the way, I got 50 other nations around the world to support Ukraine, including Japan and South Korea, because they understand that this kind of dislocation has a serious threat to the whole world peace. No major war in Europe has ever been able to be contained just to Europe.
President Trump, just to follow up, would you support the creation of an independent Palestinian state in order to achieve peace in the region?
I'd have to see. But before we do that, the problem we have is that we spend all the money. So they kill us on trade. I made great trade deals with the European nations because if you add them up, they're about the same size economically. Their economy is about the same size as the United States. And they were no cars, no, they don't want anything that we have, but we're supposed to take their cars, their food, their everything, their agriculture. I changed that. But the big thing I changed is they don't want to pay. And the only reason that he can play games with NATO is because I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. I said, and he's right about this, I said, no, I'm not going to support NATO if you don't pay. They asked me that question, would you guard us against Russia? At a very secret meeting of the 28 states at that time, nations at that time. And I said, no, if you don't pay, I won't do that. And you know what happened? Billions and billions of dollars came flowing in the next day and the next months. But now we're in the same position. We're paying everybody's bills.
Let's turn to the issue of democracy. Former President Trump, I want to ask you about January 6, 2021. After you rallied your supporters that day, some of them stormed the Capitol to stop the constitutionally mandated counting of electoral votes. As president, you swore an oath to, quote, preserve, protect, and defend, unquote, the Constitution. What do you say to voters who believe that you violated that oath through your actions and inaction on January 6th and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I don't think too many believe that. And let me tell you about January 6th. On January 6th, we had a great border. Nobody coming through, very few. On January 6th, we were energy independent. On January 6th, we had the lowest taxes ever. We had the lowest regulations ever. On January 6th, we were respected all over the world. All over the world, we were respected. And then he comes in, and we're now laughed at. We're like a bunch of stupid people. What happened to the United States' reputation under this man's leadership is horrible, including weaponization, which I'm sure at some point you'll be talking about, where he goes after his political opponent because he can't beat him fair and square.
You have 80 seconds left. My question was, what do you say to those voters who believe that you violated your constitutional oath through your actions and inaction on January 6, 2021, and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I didn't say that to anybody. I said peacefully and patriotically. And Nancy Pelosi, if you just watched the news from 2 days ago, on tape to her daughter, who's a documentary filmmaker, they say, but she's saying, oh, no, it's my responsibility. I was responsible for this because I offered her 10,000 soldiers or National Guard, and she turned them down. And the mayor in writing, by the way, the mayor in writing turned it down, the mayor of D.C. They turned it down. I offered 10,000 because I could see I had virtually nothing to do. They asked me to go make a speech. I could see what was happening. Everybody was saying they're going to be there on January 6th. They're going to be there. And I said, you know what? There's a lot of people coming. You could feel it. You could feel it, too, and you could feel it. And I said, they ought to have some National Guard or whatever. And I offered it to her. And she now admits that she turned it down. And it was the same day she was, I don't know, she can't be very happy with her daughter because it made her into a liar. She said, I take full responsibility for January 6th.
President Biden?
Look, he encouraged those folks to go up on Capitol Hill, number one. I sat in the dining room off the Oval Office. He sat there for 3 hours watching, begging, being begged by his vice president and a number of his colleagues on the Republican side as well to do something, to call for a stop, to end it. Instead, they talked about these people being patriots and great patrons of America. In fact, he says he'll now forgive them for what they've done. They've been convicted. He says he wants to commute their sentences and say that no. But he went to every single court in the nation. I don't know how many cases, scores of cases, including the Supreme Court. And they said, no, this guy is responsible for doing what was done. He did do a damn thing. And these people should be in jail. And they should be the ones that are being held accountable. And he wants to let them all out. And now he says if he loses again, such a whiner that he is, that it could be a bloodbath.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
What they've done to some people that are so innocent, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. What you have done, how you've destroyed the lives of so many people. When they ripped down Portland, when they ripped down many other cities, you go to Minnesota, Minneapolis, what they've done there with the fires all over the city. If I didn't bring in the National Guard, that city would have been destroyed. When you look at all of they took over big chunks of Seattle. I was all set to bring in the National Guard. They heard that. They saw them coming, and they left immediately. What he said about this whole subject is so off. Peacefully patriotic. One other thing. The Unselect Committee, which is basically two horrible Republicans that are all gone now, out of office, and Democrats, all Democrats, they destroyed and deleted all of the information they found because they found out we were right. We were right. And they deleted and destroyed all of the information. They should go to jail for that. If a Republican did that, they'd go to jail.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, I want to give you a minute.
The only person on this stage is a convicted felon is the man I'm looking at right now. And the fact of the matter is, what he's telling you is simply not true. The fact is that there was no effort on his part to stop what was going on up on Capitol Hill. And all those people, every one of those who were convicted, deserves to be convicted. The idea that they didn't kill somebody, just went in and broke down doors, broke the windows, occupied offices, turned over desks, turned them over statues. The idea that those people are patriots? Come on. When I asked him the first two debates we had, first time around, I said, will you denounce the Proud Boys? He said, no, I'll tell them to stand by. The idea he's refusing, will you denounce these guys? Will you denounce the people we're talking about now? Will you denounce the people who attacked that Capitol? What are you going to do?
I'm going to give you a minute, President Trump, for a follow-up question I have. After a jury convicted you of 34 felonies last month, you said if reelected, you would, quote, have every right to go after, unquote, your political opponents. You just talked about members of the Select Committee on January 6th going to jail. Your main political opponent is standing on stage with you tonight. Can you clarify exactly what it means about you feeling you have every right to go after your political opponents?
Well, I said my retribution is going to be success. We're going to make this country successful again, because right now it's a failing nation. My retribution is going to be success. But when he talks about a convicted felon, his son is a convicted felon at a very high level. His son is convicted, going to be convicted probably numerous other times. Should have been convicted before, but his Justice Department let the statute of limitations lapse on the most important things. But he could be a convicted felon as soon as he gets out of office. Joe could be a convicted felon with all of the things that he's done. He's done horrible things. All of the death caused at the border, telling the Ukrainian people that we're going to want $1 billion or you change the prosecutor. Otherwise, you're not getting $1 billion. If I ever said that, that's quid pro quo. That we're not going to do anything. We're not going to give you $1 billion unless you change your prosecutor having to do with his son. This man is a criminal. This man, you're lucky. You're lucky. I did nothing wrong. We'd have a system that was rigged and disgusting. I did nothing wrong.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, you have said, I'm coming right to you, sir. You want to respond? Go ahead. I'll give you a minute to respond.
The idea that I did anything wrong relative to what you're talking about is outrageous. It's simply a lie, number one. Number two, the idea that you have a right to seek retribution against any American just because you're president is wrong. It's simply wrong. No president's ever spoken like that before. No president in our history has spoken like that before. Number three, the crimes that you are still charged with, and think of all the civil penalties you have. How many billions of dollars do you owe in civil penalties for molesting a woman in public, for doing a whole range of things, of having sex with a porn star on the night while your wife was pregnant? I mean, what are you talking about? You have the morals of an alley cat.
Give you a minute, sir.
I didn't have sex with a porn star, number one. Number two, that was a case that was started and moved. They moved a high-ranking official, a DOJ, into the Manhattan DA's office to start that case. That case is going to be appealed and won. We had a very terrible judge, a horrible judge, Democrat. The prosecutor were all high-ranking Democrats, appointed people, and both the civil and the criminal. He basically went after his political opponent because he thought it was going to damage me. But when the public found out about these cases, because they understand it better than he does, he has no idea what these cases are. But when they found out about these cases, you know what they did? My poll numbers went up, way up. You know that because you're reporting it. And we took in more money in the last 2 weeks than we've ever taken in the history of any campaign. I don't think any campaign has ever taken. Hundreds of millions of dollars came pouring in because the public knows it's a scam, and it's a guy that's after his political opponent because he can't win fair and square.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, you have said, quote, Donald Trump and his MAGA Republicans are determined to destroy American democracy. Do you believe that the tens of millions of Americans who are likely to vote for President Trump will be voting against American democracy?
The more they know about what he's done, yes. The more they know about what he's done. And there's a lot more coming. He's got a lot of cases down the road coming around. He's got a whole range of issues he has to face. I don't know what the juries will do, but I do know he has a real problem. And so the fact that, could you ever think you heard any president say that I'm going to seek retribution? Do you ever hear any president say that I thought Hitler had some good ideas? What got me involved to run in the first place after my son had died, I decided in Iraq, because of Iraq, I said I wasn't going to run again until I saw what happened in Charlottesville, Virginia. People coming out of the woods carrying swastikas on torches, and singing the same anti-Semitic bile they sang when back in Germany. And the young woman got killed. I spoke to the mother, and they asked him, they said, what do you think of those people? The ones who got killed, the one who tried to stop it, and the ones, he said, I think they're fine people on both sides. What American president would ever say Nazis coming out of fields carrying torches, singing the same anti-Semitic bile, carrying swastikas were fine people? And this is a guy who says Hitler's done some good things. I'd like to know what they are. The good things Hitler's done, that's what he said. This guy has no sense of American democracy.
President Trump.
Jake, both of you know that story has been totally wiped out, because when you see the sentence, it said 100% exoneration on that. So he just keeps it going. He says he ran because of Charlottesville. He didn't run because of Charlottesville. He ran because it was his last chance. He's not equipped to be president. You know it, and I know it. It's ridiculous. We have a debate. We're trying to justify his presidency. His presidency, he's without question the worst president, the worst presidency in the history of our country. We shouldn't be having a debate about it. There's nothing to debate. He made up the Charlottesville story, and you'll see it's debunked all over the place. Every reasonable anchor has debunked it. And just the other day it came out where it was fully debunked. It's a nonsense story. He knows that, and he didn't run because of Charlottesville. He used that as an excuse to run.
President Biden.
And debunked. It happened. All you have to do is listen to what was said at the time. And the idea that somehow that's the only reason I ran because I was worried a guy like this guy could get elected. If he thought they were good people coming out of that forest, carrying those woods, carrying those torches, then he didn't deserve to be president. Didn't deserve to be president at all. And the idea that he's talking about all this being fabricated, we saw with our own eyes. We saw what happened on January 6th. We saw the people breaking through the windows. We saw people occupying his own vice president. Look, there's a reason why 40 of his 44 top cabinet officers refused to endorse him this time. His vice president hasn't endorsed him this time. So why? Why? They know him well. They serve with him. Why are they not endorsing him?
Thank you, President Biden. We're going to be right back with more from the CNN presidential debate.
Let's go take a ride.
Look at the size of this.
We talked about who maybe the good guys are on this issue. Do you have a most wanted list of the bad guys?
I'm always going to be Robin.
Did you bomb Syria?
Speaking of reproductive rights.
They may be surprised that you are on the Relatable podcast with Ali Bastaki.
The story didn't end with the wildfire. It started with it.
You're trying to run the country and you're mad that I'm trying to get you to be more precise?
When I came to Congress, I came here with a goal to try to break the place.
I have a feeling that we might win. We might win this.
Flight attendants, prepare for landing.
Stop, Southwest 2937, stop.
Another close call as a FedEx 767 comes within 100 feet of a Southwest Airlines flight in Austin.
In San Diego.
At JFK Airport in New York.
They call them near misses.
Southwest aboard.
They're near collisions.
We're traveling thousands of miles across the country to figure out what's happening with air traffic control.
It's the ultimate mind game. All these airplanes moving in different places.
We are sitting here claiming to be the best. It's just so bizarrely untrue.
I've read that they still utilize floppy disks.
Yep. How can this be in the 21st century?
And what is the answer to that, Bob? This is insanity.
Half of the controllers in the country are working 6-day weeks, 10-hour days.
We stopped. We were cleared to cross runway 4.
The Obama administration put in place this new set of hiring standards for air traffic controllers.
The FAA decided that it was producing too many white men to become air traffic controllers. They decided to change the hiring process and introduce a new first step, which was called the biographical questionnaire. And it was designed to alter the racial makeup of the potential hiring pool.
So you take the technical test, you get 100%. Then you take the biographical test. How do you do on that?
So I ended up failing. Andrew was a victim of bigotry.
I mean, how is this legal?
It's not.
The warning signs are there, and we all wonder, is anybody listening?
The FBI arrested a BlazeTV reporter.
Steve Baker.
Steve Baker.
Steve Baker.
Steve Baker.
A journalist for The Blaze called Steve Baker was just arrested on Friday by the Biden administration. He was arrested for covering January 6, 2021. He was in the Capitol building. He just covered the events.
That's terrible. They may lock you up just to keep you from releasing more videos.
Special Agent Lazarus perjured himself.
Undercover Capitol police officer.
Perjured himself under oath in front of Congress. Why was she not at the Capitol?
Charged with nonsense. They threatened him for 3 years, but they didn't do it until he joined us.
Corruption at the top. We've been able to reveal things that have not been told to us by the FBI.
We got a journalist being arrested right now for literally doing the right thing.
If it means that we go to jail, so be it. None of us want to go to jail, but I would rather be in jail than kowtow to wannabe dictators. First, they came for the BlazeTV reporter, and I said nothing. You know how that poem ends.
Welcome back to the CNN presidential debate live from Georgia. Let's talk about persistent challenges you both faced in your first terms and you'd certainly face again in a second term. President Biden, while black unemployment dropped to a record low under your presidency, black families still earn far less than white families. Black mothers are still 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes. And black Americans are imprisoned at 5 times the rate of white Americans. What do you say to black voters who are disappointed that you haven't made more progress?
They acknowledge they made a lot of progress, number one. The fact of the matter is there's more small black businesses that have been started than any time in history. Number two, the wages of black unemployment is the lowest level it's been in a long, long time. Number three, we're providing housing for black Americans and dealing with the segregation that exists among these corporations that collude to keep people out of their houses. And in addition to that, we find that the impact on the choice that black families have to make relative to child care is incredibly difficult. When we did the first major piece of legislation in the past, I was able to reduce black child care costs. I cut them in half. We got to make sure we provide for child care costs. We got to make sure, because when you provide those child care protections, you increase economic growth because more people can be in the job market. So there's more to be done, considerably more to be done. But we've done a great deal so far, and I'm not letting up, and they know it. You have 49 seconds left. What do you say to black voters who are disappointed with the progress so far? I say I don't blame them for being disappointed. Inflation is still hurting them badly. For example, I provided for the idea that any black family, first-time home buyer, should get a $10,000 tax credit to be able to buy their first home so they can get started. I made sure that we're in a situation where all those black families and those black individuals who had to take out student loans that were ballooning that if they were engaged in nursing, doctor, and anything having to do with volunteerism, if they paid their bills for 10 years on their student debt, all the rest is forgiven after 10 years. Millions have benefited from that. And we're going to do a whole lot more for black families.
Thank you, President Trump.
And he caused the inflation. He's blaming inflation, and he's right, it's been very bad. He caused the inflation, and it's killing black families and Hispanic families and just about everybody. It's killing people. They can't buy groceries anymore. They can't. You look at the cost of food where it's doubled and tripled and quadrupled. They can't live. They're not living anymore. He caused this inflation. I gave him a country with essentially no inflation. It was perfect. It was so good. All he had to do is leave it alone. He destroyed it with his Green New scam and all this money that's being thrown out the window. He caused inflation. As sure as you're sitting there, the fact is that his big kill on the black people is the millions of people that he's allowed to come in through the border. They're taking black jobs now, and it could be 18, it could be 19, and even 20 million people. They're taking black jobs, and they're taking Hispanic jobs, and you haven't seen it yet, but you're going to see something that's going to be the worst in our history.
Thank you. President Biden?
There was no inflation when I became president. You know why? The economy was flat on its back. 15% unemployment. He decimated the economy, absolutely decimated the economy. That's why there was no inflation at the time. There were no jobs. We provided thousands of millions of jobs for individuals who are in all communities, including minority communities. We made sure that they have health insurance. We have covered, the ACA has increased. I made sure that they're $8,000 per person in a family to get written off for health care. But this guy wants to eliminate that. They tried 50 times. He wants to get rid of the ACA again, and they're going to try again if they win. You find ourselves in a position where the idea that we're not doing any, we put more police on the street than any administration has. He wants to cut the cops. We're providing for equity and making sure people have a shot to make it. There's a lot going on, but in inflation, he caused it by his tremendous malfeasance in the way he handled the pandemic.
Thank you. Another persistent challenge is the climate crisis. 2023 was the hottest year in recorded history, and communities across the country are confronting the devastating effects of extreme heat, intensifying wildfires, stronger hurricanes, and rising sea levels. Former President Trump, you've vowed to end your opponent's climate initiatives, but will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
Well, let me just go back to what he said about the police, how close the police are to him. Almost every police group in the nation from every state is supporting Donald J. Trump. Almost every police group. And what he's done to the black population is horrible, including the fact that for 10 years he called them super predators. We can't, in the 1990s, we can't forget that. Super predators was his name, and he called it to them for 10, and they've taken great offense at it, and now they see it happening. But when they see what I did for criminal justice reform and for the historically black colleges and universities, where I funded them and got them all funded, and the opportunity zones with Tim, as you know, Tim Scott was incredible. He did a great job, great senator from South Carolina. He came to me with the idea, and it was a great idea. It's one of the most successful economic development acts ever in the country, opportunity zones. And the biggest beneficiary are blacks. And that's why we have the best numbers with them in maybe ever. They're saying ever. I read this morning where ever, the best numbers. He's lost much of the black population because he's done a horrible job for black people. He's also done a horrible job for Hispanics. But wait till you see these millions of people pouring into our country, and they're going to take the jobs. And it's already started, and you haven't seen anything yet. It's a disaster.
You've 38 seconds left. President Trump, will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
So I want absolutely immaculate clean water, and I want absolutely clean air, and we had it. We had H2O. We had the best numbers ever, and we were using all forms of energy, all forms, everything. And yet, during my 4 years, I had the best environmental numbers ever. And my top environmental people gave me that statistic just before I walked on the stage, actually.
I don't know where the hell he's been. The idea that anything he said is true. I've passed the most extensive climate change legislation in history. We find ourselves, and by the way, black colleges, I came up with $15 billion for HBCUs, historic black universities and colleges, because they don't have the kind of contributors that they have to build these laboratories and the like. Any black student is capable in college of doing any white student can do. They just don't have the money, but now they'll be able to get those jobs in high tech. We're in a situation where the idea that he is claiming to have done something that had the cleanest water, he hadn't done a damn thing for the environment. He pulled out of the Paris Climate Accord. I immediately joined it because if we reach 1.5 degrees Celsius at any one point, there's no way back. The only existential threat to humanity is climate change, and he didn't do a damn thing about it. He wants to undo all that I've done.
The Paris Accord was going to cost us $1 trillion, and China nothing, and Russia nothing, and India nothing. It was a ripoff of the United States. And I ended it because I didn't want to waste that money because they treat us horribly. We were the only ones. It was costing us money. Nobody else was paying into it. And it was a disaster. But everything that he said just now, I'll give you an example. I heard him say before insulin. I'm the one that got the insulin down for the seniors. I took care of the seniors. What he's doing is destroying all of our medical programs because the migrants coming in, they want everybody. And look, I have the biggest heart on the stage. I guarantee you that. And I want to take care of people. But we're destroying our country. They're taking over our schools, our hospitals, and they're going to be taking over Social Security. He is destroying Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid.
The idea is that we, in fact, we were the only ones of consequence who were not members of the Paris Accord. How can we do anything if we're not able to, the United States can't get its pollution under control? One of the largest polluters in the world, number one. We're making significant progress. By 2035, we will have cut pollution in half. We have made significant progress, and we're continuing to make progress. We set up a climate corps for thousands of young people who will learn how to deal with climate, just like the Peace Corps. And we're moving in directions that are going to significantly change the elements of cause of pollution. But the idea that he claims that he has the biggest heart up here.
By the time Joe Biden's out of office, there will be about 10 million new people in here. If you have 10 million people coming in, where are they living?
You think that we're actually putting the needs of the people first around here? We're not. Why trade stocks when you can get the payment up front?
But I should have Chinese spy and taken gold bars from Egypt. I would have been better off. I'm telling you, I would have been way better off.
We have been invaded, and we have demanded support from the president, and they have refused to do so.
Well done, Governor Abbott. Where have you been for the last 3 years?
The deadliest wildfire in modern U.S. history.
The story didn't end with the wildfire. It started with it.
911 emergency may help you. Is there like evacuation order? And if you have to evacuate, where the f*** are we supposed to go?
Oh, I love doing this.
I think we're in the most dangerous time our country has been in my lifetime.
The entire Blaze Facebook page got demonetized.
NewsGuard labeled us as super spreaders of misinformation.
The final cutting of our throat is coming. You're going to have a hard time getting truth. Blaze Media is declaring our independence. COVID vivid origin stories, the truth about what's happening in Israel, Ukraine. We can keep bringing you the truth no matter what.
They're trying to rig an election.
Are you saying that your election was robbed?
He knows he's an illegitimate president.
We can't let that happen.
Politicians contesting election results are now a fixture of American political culture.
What's going on at 4 o'clock in the morning? Where are those votes coming from?
Detroit and Philadelphia, known as two of the most corrupt political places anywhere in our country.
We're in Michigan because this state has completely transformed its election laws.
Is it a mess? You damn right it's a mess.
We're gathered here today to pay our respects to all of the dead Michigan voters. What is that number again?
25,000.
What up, though? Did you vote?
Yeah.
How many times?
3.
If you can find the dead voters, why can't the state of Michigan seem to do it?
If we can do it, they should be able to do it.
I mean, for f***'s sake, even the French use paper, and you gotta have an ID. I mean...
Like everybody need their ID. You can't do without an ID.
They'll say we're denying elections and undermining faith in the system. It's all projection. They're accusing us of exactly what they've done. We've got these Soros-backed, secretaries of state.
They have an entirely well-funded infrastructure, C3s, charities, to not only have secretaries of state be leftists, but to fill their offices with leftists.
Could the election be stolen? There's a very basic way to do it, and I'll tell you that after this commercial message. So f*** them. No, f*** them.
Let's go take a ride.
Look at the size of this.
We talked about who maybe the good guys are on this issue. Do you have a most wanted list of the bad guys?
I'm always going to be Robin.
Did you bomb Syria?
Speaking of reproductive rights.
They may be surprised that you are on the Relatable Podcast with Ali Bassucki.
The story didn't end with the wildfire. It started with it.
You're trying to run the country, and you're mad that I'm trying to get you to be more precise?
When I came to Congress, I came here with a goal to try to break the place.
I have a feeling that we might win. We might win this.
Flight attendants, prepare for landing.
Stop, Southwest 2937, stop.
Another close call as a FedEx 767 comes within 100 feet of a Southwest Airlines flight in Austin.
In San Diego.
At JFK Airport in New York.
They call them near misses.
Southwest aboard.
They're near collisions.
We're traveling thousands of miles across the country to figure out what's happening with air traffic control.
It's the ultimate mind game. All these airplanes moving in different places.
We are sitting here claiming to be the best. It's just so bizarrely untrue.
I've read that they still utilize floppy disks.
Yep. How can this be in the 21st century?
And what is the answer to that, Bob? This is insanity.
Half of the controllers in the country are working 6-day weeks, 10-hour days.
We stopped. We were cleared to cross runway 4.
The Obama administration put in place this new set of hiring standards for air traffic controllers.
The FAA decided that it was producing too many white men to become air traffic controllers. They decided to change the hiring process and introduce a new first step, which was called the biographical questionnaire. And it was designed to alter the racial makeup of the potential hiring pool.
So you take the technical test, you get 100%. Then you take the biographical test. How do you do on that?
So I ended up failing.
Of the worst border in the history of the world. Did anybody get fired for allowing 18 million people, many from prisons, many from mental institutions? Did you fire anybody that allowed our country to be destroyed? Joe, our country is being destroyed as you and I sit up here and waste a lot of time on this debate. This shouldn't be a debate. He is the worst president. He just said about me because I said it. But look, he's the worst president in the history of our country. He's destroyed our country. Now all of a sudden he's trying to get a little tough on the border. He came out with a nothing deal, and it reduced it a little bit, like this much. It's insignificant. He wants open borders. He wants our country to either be destroyed or he wants to pick up those people as voters. And I don't think we just can't let it happen. If he wins this election, our country doesn't have a chance, not even a chance, of coming out of this rut. We probably won't have a country left anymore. That's how bad it is. He is the worst in history by far.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden?
We are the most admired country in the world. We're the United States of America. There's nothing beyond our capacity. We have the finest military in the history of the world, the finest in the history of the world. No one thinks we're weak. No one wants to screw around with us. Nobody, number one. Number two, the idea that we're talking about worst presidents. I wasn't joking. Look it up or go online. 159 or 58, don't hold me the exact number, presidential historians, they've had meetings and they voted who's the worst president in American history. One through best to worst. They said he was the worst in all of American history. That's a fact. That's not conjecture. He can argue they're wrong, but that's what they voted. The idea that he is doing anything to deal with child care, he did virtually nothing to child care. We should significantly increase the child care tax credit. We should significantly increase the availability of women and men or single parents to be able to go back to work. And we should encourage businesses to have.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, the question was about what would you do to make child care more affordable, if you want to take your minute.
Just so you understand, we have polling, we have other things that they rate him the worst because what he's done is so bad. And they rate me, I'll show you, I will show you, and they rate me one of the best, okay? And if I'm given another 4 years, I will be the best. I think I'll be the best. Nobody's ever created an economy like us. Nobody ever cut taxes like us. He's the only one I know. He wants to raise your taxes by 4 times. He wants to raise everybody's taxes by 4 times. He wants the Trump tax cuts to expire. So everybody, including the two of you, are going to pay 4 to 5 times. Nobody ever heard of this before. All my life, I'd grow up and I'd see politicians talking about cutting taxes. When we cut taxes, as I said, we did more business. Apple and all these companies, they were bringing money back into our country. The worst president in history by far, and everybody knows it.
President Biden?
Look, the fact of the matter is that he's dead wrong about, he's increased the tariff, he will increase the taxes on middle-class people. I said I'd never raise a tax on anybody making less than $400,000. I didn't. But this tariff is 10% tariffs. Everything coming into the country, you know what the economists say? That's going to cost the average American $2,500 a year more because they're going to have to pay the difference in food and all the things that are very important. Number two, he's in a situation where he talks about how he has not raised, he's somehow helped the middle class. The middle class have been devastated by you. Now you want a new tax cut of $5 trillion over the next 10 years, which is going to fundamentally bankrupt the country. You had the largest deficit of any president in American history, number one. Number two, you have not, in fact, made any contact, any progress with China. We are at the lowest trade deficit with China since 2010.
Thank you, President Biden.
You lost.
Thank you, President Biden. Let's discuss an epidemic impacting millions of Americans that both of you have made a top priority in your first term, the opioid crisis. And for both of you, the number of overdose deaths in this country has gone up. Under your term, it went up. Under your term, it has gone up. Former President Trump, despite the efforts that both of you have made, more than 100,000 Americans are dying from overdoses every year, primarily from fentanyl and other opioids. What will you do to help Americans right now in the throes of addiction who are struggling to get the treatment they need?
To finish up, we now have the largest deficit in the history of our country under this guy. We have the largest deficit with China. He gets paid by China. He's a Manchurian candidate. He gets money from China. So I think he's afraid to deal with them or something. But do you notice he never took out my tariffs because we bring in so much money with the tariffs that I imposed on China. He never took them away. He can't because it's too much money. It's tremendous. And we saved our steel industries, and there was more to come, but he hasn't done that. But he hasn't cut the tariffs because he can't, because it's too much money. But he's got the largest deficit in the history of our country, and he's got the worst situation with China. China's going to own us if you keep allowing them to do what they're doing to us as a country. They are killing us as a country, Joe, and you can't let that happen. You're destroying our country.
So, President Trump, you have 67 seconds left. The question was, what are you going to do to help Americans in the throes of addiction right now who are struggling to get the treatment they need?
Jake, we were doing very well at addiction until the COVID came along. We had the 2.5, almost 3 years of like nobody's ever had before, any country, in every way. And then we had to get tough. And it was the drugs pouring across the border were it started to increase. We got great equipment. We bought the certain dog that's the most incredible thing that you've ever seen, the way they can spot it. We did a lot, and we were getting very low numbers, very, very low numbers. Then he came along. The numbers, have you seen the numbers now? It's not only the 18 million people that I believe is even low, because the gotaways, they don't even talk about gotaways. But the numbers of the amount of drugs and human trafficking in women coming across our border, the worst thing I've ever seen, at numbers that nobody's ever seen under him because the border's so bad. But the number of drugs coming across our border now is the largest we've ever had by far.
President Trump, thank you. President Biden?
Fentanyl and the byproducts of fentanyl went down for a while. And I wanted to make sure we use the machinery that can detect fentanyl, these big machines that roll over everything that comes across the border. And it costs a lot of money. That was part of this deal we put together, this bipartisan deal. More fentanyl machines, more be able to detect drugs, more numbers of agents, more numbers of all the people at the border. And when we had that deal done, he called his Republican colleagues and said, "Don't do it. It's going to hurt me politically." No, he never argued it's not a good bill. It's a really good bill. We need those machines. We need those machines. And we're coming down very hard in every country in Asia in terms of precursors for fentanyl. And Mexico is working with us to make sure they don't have the technology to be able to put it together. That's what we have to do. We need those machines.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, and again, the question is about Americans in the throes of addiction right now, struggling to get the treatment they need.
Well, this does pertain to it. He ended Remain in Mexico. He ended catch and release. I made it catch and release in Mexico, not catch and release here. We had so many things that we had done, hard negotiations with Mexico, and I got it all for nothing. It's just like when you have a hostage. We always pay $6 billion for a hostage. Every time we say it's a hostage. Now we have a hostage, a Wall Street Journal reporter, I think a good guy, and he's over there because Putin is laughing at this guy, probably asking for billions of dollars for the reporter. I will have him out very quickly as soon as I take office. Before I take office, I said by literally as soon as I win the election, I will have that reporter out. He should have had him out a long time ago, but Putin's probably asking for billions and billions of dollars because this guy pays it every time. We had 2 cases where he paid $6 billion for 5 people. I got 58 people out, and I paid essentially nothing.
Thank you, President Trump. Dana?
Let's turn to concerns that voters have about each of you. President Biden, you would be 86 at the end of your second term. How do you address concerns about your capability to handle the toughest job in the world well into your 80s?
Well, first of all, I spent half my career being criticized being the youngest person in politics. I was the second youngest person ever elected to the United States Senate, and now I'm the oldest. This guy's 3 years younger and a lot less competent. I think that just look at the record. Look at what I've done. Look how I've turned around the horrible situation he left me. As I said, 50 million new jobs, 800,000 manufacturing jobs, more investment in America, over billions of dollars in private investment in enterprises that we are growing. By the way, we brought an awful lot of people. Well, the whole idea of computer chips. We used to have 40% of the market. We invented those chips, and we lost it because he was sending people to find the cheapest jobs overseas and to bring home a product. So I went to South Korea. I convinced Samsung to invest billions of dollars here in the United States. And guess what? Those fabs, they call to build these chips, those fabs pay over $100,000. You don't need a college degree for them. And there's billions, about $40 billion already being invested and being built right now in the United States, creating significant jobs for Americans from all over the world.
President Biden, you have 40 seconds left. Would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I would. The idea that somehow we are this failing country. I never heard a president talk like this before. We're the envy of the world. Name me a single major country president who wouldn't trade places with the United States of America for all our problems and all our opportunities. We're the most progressive country in the world in getting things done. We're the strongest country in the world. We're a country in the world who keeps our word, and everybody trusts us, all of our allies, and our those who he coddles up to, from Kim Jong-un, he sends love letters to, and Putin, etc., they don't want to screw around with us.
Thank you. Former President Trump, to follow up, you would be 82 at the end of your second term. What do you say to voters who have concerns about your capabilities to serve?
Well, I took 2 tests, cognitive tests. I aced them, both of them, as you know. We made it public. He took none. I'd like to see him take one, just one, a real easy one. Like go through the first 5 questions. He couldn't do it. But I took 2 cognitive tests. I took physical exams every year. And, you know, we knock on wood wherever we may have wood, that I'm in very good health. I just won 2 club championships, not even senior, 2 regular club championships. To do that, you have to be quite smart, and you have to be able to hit the ball a long way. And I do it. He doesn't do it. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. He challenged me to a golf match. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. I think I'm in very good shape. I feel that I'm as in good a shape as I was 25, 30 years ago. Actually, I'm probably a little bit lighter, but I'm in as good a shape as I was years ago. I feel very good. I feel the same. But I was willing to take a cognitive test. And you know what? If I didn't do well, I aced him. Dr. Ronnie Jackson, who's a great guy when he was White House doctor. And then I took another one, a similar one. And one of them said they've never seen anybody ace him.
Thank you. President Biden?
You can see he is 6'5" and only 223 pounds, or 235 pounds. Well, you said 6'4", 200. Well, anyway, that's what you're. Anyway, just take a look at what he says he is, and take a look at what he is. Look, I'd be happy to have a driving contest with him. I got my handicap, which when I was vice president, down to a 6. But by the way, I told you before, I'm happy to play golf if you carry your own bag. Think you can do it?
That's the biggest lie. That he's a 6 handicap of all.
I was an 8 handicap.
Yeah.
8. Never. But I have, you know how many?
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
Okay, let's
not act like children.
President Trump, we're going to turn.
Let's not act like children.
To a specific concern that voters have about you. Will you pledge tonight that once all legal challenges have been exhausted, that you will accept the results of this election, regardless of who wins, and you will say right now that political violence in any form is unacceptable?
Well, I shouldn't have to say that, but of course I believe that. It's totally unacceptable. And if you would see my statements that I made on Twitter at the time, and also my statement that I made in the Rose Garden, you would say it's one of the strongest statements you've ever seen. In addition to the speech I made in front of, I believe, the largest crowd I've ever spoken to, and I will tell you, nobody ever talks about that. They talk about a relatively small number of people that went to the Capitol, and in many cases were ushered in by the police. And as Nancy Pelosi said, it was her responsibility, not mine. She said that loud and clear. But the answer is, if the election is fair, free, and I want that more than anybody. And I'll tell you something. I wish he was a great president, because I wouldn't be here right now. I'd be at one of my many places enjoying myself. I wouldn't be under indictment because I wouldn't have been his political opponent, because he indicted me because I was his opponent. I wish he was a great president. I would rather have that. I wouldn't be here. I don't mind being here. But the only reason I'm here is he's so bad as a president that I'm going to make America great again. We're going to make America great again. We're a failing nation right now. We're a seriously failing nation. And we're a failing nation because of him. His policies are so bad. His military policies are insane. They're insane. These are wars that will never end with him. He will drive us into World War III, and we're closer to World War III than anybody can imagine. We are very, very close to World War III, and he's driving us there. And Kim Jong-un and President Xi of China, Kim Jong-un of North Korea, all of these, Putin, they don't respect him. They don't fear him. They have nothing going with this gentleman, and he's going to drive us into World War III.
You want a World War III, let him follow and win, and let Putin say, do what you want, NATO. Just do what you want. There's a thing called Article 5. An attack on one is an attack on all, and required response. The idea, I can't think of a single major leader in the world who wouldn't trade places with the job I've done and what they've done. Because we are a powerful nation. We have wonderful people. It's because of the people, not me. It's because of the American people. They're capable of anything, and they step up when they're needed. And right now, we're needed. We're needed to protect the world because our own safety is at stake. And again, You want to have a war, just let Putin go ahead and take Kyiv, make sure they move on, see what happens in Poland, Hungary, and other places along that border. Then you have a war.
President Trump, as I come back to you for a follow-up, the question was, will you accept the results of this election, regardless of who wins?
Just to finish what he said, if I might, Russia, they took a lot of land from Bush. They took a lot of land from Obama and Biden. They took no land, nothing from Trump, nothing. He knew not to do it. He's not going to play games with me. He knew that. I got along with him very well, but he knew not to play games. He took nothing from me. But now he's going to take the whole thing from this man right here. That's a war that should have never started. It would have never started ever with me. And he's going to take Ukraine. And, you know, you asked me a question before, would you do this? He's got us in such a bad position right now with Ukraine and Russia, because Ukraine's not winning that war. He said, I will never settle until such time. They're running out of people. They're running out of soldiers. They've lost so many people. It's so sad. They've lost so many people, and they've lost those gorgeous cities with the golden domes that are 1,000 years old, all because of him and stupid decisions. Russia would have never attacked if I were president.
President Trump, the question was, will you accept the results of the election, regardless of who wins? Yes or no, please.
If it's a fair and legal and good election, absolutely. I would have much rather accepted these, but the fraud and everything else was ridiculous. And if you want, we'll have a news conference on it in a week, or we'll have another one of these in a week. But I will absolutely, there's nothing I'd rather do. It would be much easier for me to do that than I'm running again. I wasn't really going to run until I saw the horrible job he did. He's destroying our country. I would be very happy to be someplace else, in a nice location someplace. And again, no indictments, no political opponent stuff, because it's the only way he thinks he can win. But unfortunately, it's driven up my numbers and driven them up to a very high level because the people understand it.
Well, let's see what your numbers are when this election is over. Let's see. You're a whiner. When you lost the first time, you continued, you appealed and appealed to courts all across the country. Not one single court in America said any of your claims had any merit, state or local, none. But you continue to provoke this lie about somehow there's all this misrepresentation, all this stealing. There is no evidence of that at all. And I tell you what, I doubt whether you'll accept it because you're such a whiner. The idea, if you lose again, you accepting anything, you can't stand the loss. Something snapped in you when you lost the last time.
We'll be right back with more from the CNN presidential debate, live from Georgia.
Let's go take a ride, man.
Look at the size of this.
We talked about who maybe the good guys are on this issue. Do you have a most wanted list of the bad guys?
I'm always going to be Robin.
Did you bomb Syria?
Speaking of reproductive rights.
They may be surprised that you are on the Relatable Podcast with Ali Bassucki.
The story didn't end with the wildfire. It started with it.
You're trying to run the country, and you're mad that I'm like trying to get you to be more precise?
When I came to Congress, I came here with a goal to try to break the place.
I have a feeling that we might win. We might win this.
Flight attendants, prepare for landing.
Stop, Southwest 2937, stop.
Another close call as a FedEx 767 comes within 100 feet of a Southwest Airlines flight in Austin.
In San Diego.
JFK Airport in New York.
They call them near misses.
Southwest aboard.
They're near collisions.
We're traveling thousands of miles across the country to figure out what's happening with air traffic control.
It's the ultimate mind game. All these airplanes moving in different places.
We are sitting here claiming to be the best. It's just so bizarrely untrue.
I've read that they still utilize floppy disks.
Yep. How can this be in the 21st century?
And what is the answer to that, Bob? This is insanity.
Half of the controllers in the country are working 6-day weeks, 10-hour days.
We stopped. We were cleared to cross runway 4.
The Obama administration put in place this new set of hiring standards for air traffic controllers.
The FAA decided that it was producing too many white men to become air traffic controllers. They decided to change the hiring process and introduce a new first step, which was called the biographical questionnaire. And it was designed to alter the racial makeup of the potential hiring pool.
So you take the technical test, you get 100%. Then you take the biographical test. How do you do on that?
So I ended up failing.
Andrew was a victim of bigotry.
I mean, how is this legal?
It's not.
The warning signs are there, and we all wonder, is anybody listening?
The FBI arrested a BlazeTV reporter.
Steve Baker.
Steve Baker, a journalist for The Blaze called Steve Baker, was just arrested on Friday by the Biden administration. He was arrested for covering January 6, 2021. He was in the Capitol building. He just covered the events.
It's terrible. They may lock you up just to keep you from releasing more videos.
Special Agent Lazarus perjured himself.
Undercover Capitol police officer.
Perjured himself under oath in front of Congress.
Why was she not at the Capitol?
Charged with nonsense. They threatened him for 3 years, but they didn't do it until he joined us.
Corruption at the top. We've been able to reveal things that have not been told to us by the FBI.
We got a journalist being arrested right now for literally doing the right thing.
If it means that we go to jail, so be it. None of us want to go to jail, but I would rather be in jail than kowtow to wannabe dictators. First, they came for the BlazeTV reporter, and I said nothing. You know how that poem ends.
It is now time for the candidates to deliver their closing statements as predetermined by a coin toss. We're going to begin with you, President Biden. You have 2 minutes.
We've made significant progress from the debacle that was left by President Trump in his last term. We find ourselves in a situation where, number one, we have to make sure that we have a fair tax system. I ask anyone out there in the audience or anyone out watching this debate, do you think the tax system is fair? The fact is that I said nobody even making under $400,000 had a single penny increase in their taxes and will not. And if I'm reelected, that'll be the case again. But this guy has increased your taxes because of the deficit, number one. He's increased inflation because of the debacle he left after the way he handled the pandemic. And he finds himself in a position where he now wants to tax you more by putting a 10% tariff on everything that comes into the United States of America. What I did, when, for example, he wants to get rid of the ability of Medicare us to be able to negotiate drug prices with the big pharma companies. Well, guess what? We got it down to $35 for insulin instead of $400. No more than $2,000 for every senior, no matter how much prescription they need. You know what that did? That reduced the federal. No matter how much prescription they need. You know what that did? That reduced the federal debt by $160 billion over 10 years because the government doesn't have to pay the exorbitant prices. I'm going to make that available to every senior all along. It's happening now, and everybody in America. He wants to get rid of that. I'm going to make sure that we have child care. We're going to significantly increase the credit people have for child care. I'm going to make sure we do something about what we're doing on lead pipes and all the things that are causing health problems for people across the country. We're going to continue to fight to bring down inflation and give people a break.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, you now have 2 minutes for your closing statement.
Like so many politicians, this man is just a complainer. He said, we want to do this, we want to do that, we want to get rid of this tax, that tax. But he doesn't do anything. All he does is make our country unsafe by allowing millions and millions of people to pour in. Our military doesn't respect him. We look like fools in Afghanistan. We didn't stop Israel. It was such a horrible thing that would have never happened. It should have never happened. Iran was broke. Anybody that did business with Iran, including China, they couldn't do business with the United States. They all passed. Iran was broke. They had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah, for terror, no money whatsoever. Again, Ukraine should have never happened. He talks about all this stuff, but he didn't do it. For 3.5 years, we're living in hell. We have the Palestinians and we have everybody else rioting all over the place. You talk about Charlottesville. This is 100 times Charlottesville, 1,000 times. The whole country is exploding because of you, because they don't respect you, and they have to respect their president, and they don't respect you throughout the world. What we did was incredible. We rebuilt the military. We got the largest tax cut in history, the largest regulation cut in history. The reason he's got jobs is because I cut the regulations that gave jobs, but he's putting a lot of those regulations back on. All of the things that we've done, nobody's never seen anything like, even from a medical standpoint, right to try, where we can try space-age materials instead of going to Asia or going to Europe and trying to get when you're terminally ill. Now you can go and you can get something. You sign a document. They've been trying to get it for 42 years. But you know what we did for the military was incredible. Choice for our soldiers, where our soldiers, instead of waiting for 3 months to see a doctor, can go out and get themselves fixed up and readied up and take care of themselves, and they're living. And that's why I had the highest approval rating in the history of the VA. So all of these things, we're in a failing nation, but it's not going to be failing anymore. We're going to make it great again.
Thank you, former President Trump, President Biden. Stay with us because we have full analysis of this debate. Anderson Cooper and Aaron Burnett starts now on CNN.
What we have just seen is one of the most unbelievable hour and a half of political craziness that you can possibly imagine. I honestly leave that debate thinking as long as this man is in office, we are in serious danger. That is honestly how I feel after watching that. That was one of the most unbelievable things I've ever seen in my entire life. We have a lot of post-game coverage here to go through, and I'm thrown after watching that, frankly. That was absolutely incredible. We'll give you some of the clips, some of the big moments from the debate, and I can't wait to get the reaction from the panel. We'll come to them here in just a moment. But first, I want to go to Glenn Beck. He's the host, of course, of the Glenn Beck program right here on Blaze TV, co-founder of Blaze Media. And Glenn, I mean, I guess if you're just looking at this from a sports competition viewpoint, you might be like, oh, wow, their guy did really bad. But I can't even get there. I was stunned by how scary that was.
So here is a missed opportunity for Donald Trump. And at one of those moments where he's like, I've never seen anything like that in a debate. That's him. That's him at his best, okay? Donald Trump should have said, you know what, we can sit here and argue about things, but more countries than ever before are developing and pursuing us with threats of nuclear war. I don't want to have the button. I don't think anybody wants to have that decision. But right now, that man will make the decision. Does anyone feel comfortable with that? Because as a citizen, I don't. You don't vote for me, that's fine. This man cannot be president of the United States. Let's stop this. I thought Donald Trump did. That's the best debate he's done up until about the last 30 minutes. But I have to tell you, as I was walking to the studio, I thought to myself, I don't think I could have done that for 90 minutes. I don't think I could have lasted more than an hour with that. He was the most restrained I have ever seen him. The first hour of that debate, I thought, was absolutely terrifying and also absolutely a win for Donald Trump. When Joe Biden first walked out like a cadaver, and my wife said to me at some point, watch his eyes. He doesn't blink. True, I don't know what that's all about, but he doesn't ever blink. And when he hit his first, I thought, if I am the enemy of the United States of America, I am doing everything I can to make sure that man wins. If I am an enemy of the United States, I am thinking attack now. If you were a Democrat, you had to watch that first hour and say, we got to replace him. We cannot. This is how bad. Stu, we saw the State of the Union, and it was a horrible speech, but it was not what we expected. It was, somewhat coherent because he had practiced and he was on a script. Mm-hmm. This is the way he is in meetings. You can't have this guy. Look at the decay of him from 6 months, a year, 2 years. He's asking for 4 more years. He won't understand what's going on in a year from now. This cannot happen. It just can't. And anybody who says he did well, stop listening to them right now. And I'm not saying that because you got to go vote for Donald Trump. Vote for RFK. This guy cannot be president. It is this close to criminal that the 25th Amendment hasn't been invoked.
It's national suicide. It's national suicide.
National suicide.
It's incredible. To your point, really, nobody's saying that he did well. We already have spin from inside the campaign that he supposedly had a cold. That's how they were trying to explain it.
Oh, I've had a cold before. I've never reacted to any questions like that as,
I mean, maybe that would theoretically explain part of the voice. Of course, this came out after the debate started, so it's definitely not true. But even if it were true, it wouldn't explain his answers. I didn't understand what he was doing. He was on the right side of our screen. To his right is where all of the moderators are, and yet he continued, I don't know, 2/3 of the time to look left. I don't know what was over there. Maybe we'll find out in the coverage. Let me give you just a couple of clips here, Glenn. And by the way, I want to officially say I am very nervous about our bet. This is the first time.
Oh, you should. Stu, I didn't even think about our bet, but 15 minutes into this, I thought every single responsible Democrat is on the phone right now saying, this guy won't make it to January. He won't make it. This is insanity. They're going to replace him.
Yeah,
they're going to replace him.
It certainly felt that way. And by the way, if you don't know, our bet was based on Biden dropping out. There's more to it than that.
However, I want you to remember, I said he would drop out and be replaced by Michelle Obama. Mm-hmm. And I still think that's a possibility. But I think our bet is null and void if he drops out. And it's not Michelle Obama.
I mean, we're having presidential debates, and I'm still nervous about this. It's absolutely insane. And to your point here, Glenn, 2 stories written in the middle of the debate. One of them by Politico, which has the headline, Biden is toast, calling it now. Biden stumbles, rambles in opening of debate. They quote multiple Democratic aides who somehow got in touch with Politico so they could write an article during the debate. Also, this one from the New York Times. 30 minutes into the presidential debate, I've heard from 3 veteran Democratic presidential campaign officials, and all of them had the same reaction to President Biden's performance. This is a disaster. This is what they're telling the mainstream media, Glenn.
So now we know why they scheduled the debate now. It's clear. If they're calling this during the debate, that's something, you don't take that on lightly, replacing a candidate that everybody just voted for in your party. There is no system other than a non-democratic system. Let's make sure we understand that. A non-democratic system to replace. Now, who are they going to use to replace? It should be the vice president. They're not gonna have her run. And what will that cause? This is a disaster. And you don't You don't go out and say that as a political insider operative during the debate unless you know that's the direction we're going. We wanted everybody to see how bad it really is. He can't run.
Glenn, let me give you one clip here. This is SOT Debate 1. This is just a moment from early on in the debate. I'd love to get your reaction on this because I had low expectations for Biden in this debate. I thought he would do poorly.
No one thought he would do that.
Mesmerized. I was blown away. My jaw was on the floor almost this entire time.
I know.
Watch this clip and give me a reaction.
We'd be able to wipe out his debt. We'd be able to help make sure that all those things we need to do, child care, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our health care system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the COVID, with dealing with everything we have to do with, look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death.
Okay.
And he's destroying Medicare.
Loved it.
And Trump, he had a good answer there, but that's one of the most stunning moments I've ever seen in a presidential debate.
That is why I think he missed it, but he might have made the right call. Do you know? I mean, look at that guy. Who came off looking like the bully? Biden did. He knew. He was instructed, I can guarantee it. You've got to get him to lose his cool. And to Donald Trump's credit, he didn't lose his cool at all. He didn't even make a statement there. He just said, well, yep, he did beat it. He didn't mention, what the hell are we just watching? Yeah. What are we watching?
I almost wanted to hear it from him, though. I have to admit, a couple times I wanted him. He did do it one time. We'll give you the clip later. But
I will tell you the most effective thing he should have said. This man has the finger on the button. He is the only man that can decide what happens if North Korea launches a missile. Do you feel comfortable with that? We should all go home and just think of that.
It's amazing. As a parent, no, I do not feel comfortable with it at all.
No.
Glenn, we're going to go through all of this tomorrow on the radio program.
Can I just give you one more thing?
Mm-hmm.
Remember that the same people who are going to tell you tomorrow that, possibility of a new candidate and this one's going to be great, they're the same people who yesterday said all this age crap, it's nothing. He's healthier than he's ever been before. He's so sharp. You must start asking your friends, who told you he was healthy? Who told you I wouldn't let him drive my car or babysit my kids, let alone have the button? We told you it was like this. They lied to you again. How many times do they have to lie to you before you stop going down this path of destruction with them?
Glenn, thanks so much. We'll see you on radio tomorrow.
You bet. You bet.
Right. I want to bring the panel in. Sara Gonzales, Steve Deace, Aaron McIntyre. I am just flabbergasted by that. My expectations were incredibly low. And going into this, I did not expect him to have a good performance. I thought he would lose. I said it before. I can't believe what I just saw. That was... It almost is beyond, we do conservative media here. And by the way, we love having you. BlazeDebate.com. The code is debate. Join our community. We've been talking about this issue forever. I know you've been talking about it with your friends and family forever. But at times, because we talk about these issues so often, I almost wonder, do we overdo it? Do we go too far? I don't know. We all agree with each other, and maybe we hear each other talking about it and it influences us, and we go too far, and maybe we are caught up in some sort of rhetorical circle where we over-exaggerate these things. This is an instance of where we've undersold. we've undersold how bad this guy is.
Correct.
Yeah.
Watching him today was one of the most unbelievable things I've ever seen in politics, and I'm terrified for our country, Sarah.
Yeah, I don't think it can be overstated enough how terrifying this is. To the extent that, by the way, in reading social media, we have people like Casey Hunt, the woman on CNN, who was kicking off Trump spokespeople because they dared say CNN is biased against Donald Trump. And you even had her saying, all of the Democrats I'm talking to right now are like beside themselves watching this performance of Joe Biden. She mentioned his voice. She mentioned his mouth being wide open. I mean, they're openly saying this now. I read Nicholas Kristof over at the New York Times. This is the New York Times said, I have a bad feeling about how the debate is beginning. Trump is speaking nonsense on many topics, but he's projecting energy. Biden is more substantive, but in voice and manner playing into the Trump narrative that he's too old for the job. After that, I wish Biden would reflect on this debate performance and then announce his decision to withdraw from the race, throwing the choice of Democratic nominee to the convention. This is a Democrat at the New York Times who is tweeting out he hopes that Joe Biden withdraws his nomination. I mean, this is how bad that it's gotten. And I got to tell you, the double box that they had on CNN showing the difference in real time of Donald Trump standing there confidently saying his answer and Joe Biden staring off to the side wherever the hell he was looking at could not have been worse for Joe Biden. The contrast was so clear. Choose your fighter, America. Which one will it be?
Yeah, occasionally they would cut away from that, but most of the time, I will say most of the time they kept it.
When he started to drool, they finally cut away.
When the actual liquid is coming out of his mouth. We did, if you were watching the debate here, we did get our feed cut from CNN a couple times. I don't know exactly what happened there, but I don't know, Steve. I mean, we can talk about this. Maybe this isn't the number one priority. I thought CNN's debate was actually pretty well done. I thought they got us the information we needed out of that. But put this thing into perspective. What did we just watch?
Maybe the most impactful presidential debate in American history. They did do a good job, about as good a job as they're probably capable of. There is a much better chance the 25th Amendment will be invoked than Joe Biden will be reelected. He will absolutely not be reelected after tonight. Wow. Democrats are, in my view, based on what we saw here tonight, I mean, just let me give you one basic example. Just look at the nuts and bolts of politics. Let's just set aside partisan differences and look at it like we were evaluating politicians as a job. Like we have competing networks, but we can evaluate, how the people at another conservative network are doing just in their job. Sure. Okay. You have a few talking points, both guys do, that they have to make sure they get in and stress right away. It's the narrative of their campaigns and parties. We're 45 minutes into this election before Joe Biden calls Trump a convicted felon. 45 minutes in. Now that is political malfeasance enough, okay? But this comes after 44 minutes of tens of millions of people watching, normies watching. The fact that the president's dementia is escalating and it's not a troll or a joke. And I remember a high-level pollster buddy of mine during the primary, as I was going through some of the primary data with him, and he said, the biggest problem your buddy DeSantis has, I see right now, is his narrative is Trump cannot win a general election. And I would have said that in March, April, but we just had a moment where Joe Biden fell down the stairs of Air Force One. And that my polling is showing that's kind of penetrated now to beyond just the MAGA voter. The average Republican is like, oh, yeah, Biden can't win an election. So Trump's going to look a lot more electable, right? Mm-hmm. This happened tonight to normie America. That moment happened tonight. Joe Biden fell down the stairs over and over and over and over again. That happened to normie America. Now, I don't know what a 1932 level election loss looks like in today's balkanization of America. Like, I'm not sure that any Republican could still win Connecticut or, for example, right. Okay? Mm-hmm. But whatever 1932 is, it took the Republican Party 20 years to recover from Herbert Hoover. 20 years. And that's when narratives and stuff moved a lot slower and everything than they do now. And it wasn't until the country's greatest war hero since Washington, Eisenhower, was their nominee, that party came up out of the pit that Hoover dug for it to win the presidency again. The entire Republican coalition was reset after the Depression, and so was the Democratic coalition. And the FDR coalition has largely stood up since 1932. They are looking at the resetting of their coalition. What you're going to see after tonight, and I know, man, I hate the brothers be flipping narrative that we sell people because most of the time it's BS for clicks, okay, and ratings. But when I worked on things like marriage amendments, and when we put them up in states like California, black and brown people voted for those amendments in droves. When we put issue-based referendums on the ballot that doesn't make them vote Republican but vote for our issues, they tend to side with us substantially. So what this would do, potentially, is a lot of voters who would not cross a partisan picket line to vote our way but might agree with us on issues, watch that tonight and they're like, we can't have that. And if you allow them to give them an excuse, first to fight for their own conscience and then to kind of go against their own subculture, if you give them an excuse to cross the partisan picket line once because of the urgency of the country, they may not come back. And if you are a Democrat right now, you are in danger tonight of your party being reduced to whoever watches The View and MSNBC. Basically just nothing other than Karens across America. And everybody else is like, this is nuts. You cannot give people an easy reason to vote for your opponents. And tonight they have it. They will move. They must move. John King is already talking about on CNN as we speak, an open public revolt being organized by Democrats that he has to go. He will not be the nominee. It was even worse than I could have possibly imagined. From the moment he walked out. It's a dangerous time. Even if you thought this was a great night for Trump, but it's 7 months, guys, until he can be president. The rest of the world just saw what we have sitting in the White House right now. That guy's not getting reelected. We got to be more concerned about whether to invoke the 25th Amendment or not.
My God. Oren, what did you think?
I mean, obviously, you're in a scenario where it would have been easier to count the number of sentences Joe Biden completed than the ones that he didn't.
Yes.
And Steve's exactly right to point out that this could be a sea change when it comes to presidential debates. We all think of Kennedy and Nixon as being the one that really defined the way that television changed debates in the United States. And this could be the next one when you see the display of senility. I mean, when that side-by-side happening, it looked like Joe Biden was going through the phases of William Dafoe during Spider-Man. When he's monologuing, he could barely hold his face together. He's staring off into the middle of nowhere. Everyone on the left has to be terrified watching that performance, and you really have to wonder, can they make the pivot at this point? We pointed out that CNN seemed to be a little restrained in this debate. They almost seem to be handing Biden to Trump in some ways. And at this moment, with Biden being so weak and CNN not fighting Trump the way we expected to, I have to start to wonder, do these people want Trump? Or are they really just offering Biden up to him? I mean, I try not to play 5D chess with these people. I just assume that they're evil and stupid. But seriously, you have to wonder when you're put in this scenario, CNN doesn't just hand Trump a gimme for nothing. So what's going on here?
Yeah, and I got to say that when we got that clip that we just watched with Glenn, the muted microphone was powerful. Like the fact that it was just dead silence, and he was looking for note cards that weren't there.
That's Oron's point about 1960. You know, the famous trope about that debate is those who listened on radio thought Nixon won overwhelmingly, and those who watched on TV with Nixon's 5 o'clock shadow and nervous tension thought Kennedy won. That's exactly what Oron was just talking about. The side by side, as you said from the beginning, from the very jump, was devastating and unrecoverable.
Can you help me in the control room? Are we going to the other panel here? Are we going to Liz? Where are we next? Okay, let's go to Liz Wheeler. She's the host of the Liz Wheeler Show. Very happy to say that's part of BlazeTV. You can subscribe to BlazeTV, blazedebate.com. Promo code is debate. Get $30 off right now. You'll get all the shows that you love from the Blaze. And also Liz Wheeler, we're so excited about that. I wish it was under better circumstances because I just feel like I just watched my country die.
Yeah, Stu. And by the way, to everybody in the comment section, I've been watching it all night here on Blaze TV. Thank you so much for the warm welcome. I'm just as excited. I'll get you the exact date, I promise, of show launch here soon. And yes, that is me in the comments. Also commenting along. Listen, this was quite a stunning debate. I wasn't sure exactly whether it would be extremely boring, whether we'd all be watching it just because this is what we do for a living, or whether it would be as fun to watch as it was. But I think Steve was the one who used the word devastating, and it was devastating for Joe Biden. I mean, CNN actually did a fine job, notwithstanding their other coverage. They really asked questions just pretty evenly. Biden self-destructed. I mean, it was within the first 10 minutes that he had an absolute moment of complete meltdown, to the point that was my one complaint. Jake Tapper stepped in to rescue him, but he was incoherent. He was old. I don't mean to sound like a conspiracy theorist here, but I work in this industry. I'm wearing an earbud right now so that I can hear you guys. I know the tells of when someone is getting things in their ear or looking for someone to tell them what to say. They start looking off into the distance and kind of touching their head and looking down. And even if he didn't have an earbud in, he's used to having an earbud in. He's used to people telling him what to say and what to do. It was President Trump in that 2 box next to him the contrast, Stu, I can't imagine anybody in their right mind looking at the two of them side by side and thinking President Biden is going to be stronger in the White House than President Trump is. Trump was, to his credit, very well disciplined. He did very well on immigration. He did very well on January 6th. He did very well following the rules of the debate. I thought he played it extremely strategically. And I mean, needless to say, it's very obvious it was a win for him. But even on some of these tough issues on election integrity, his answer was very good. I think that this was certainly a net positive for him. I don't, however, I want to disagree with the panel just a little bit. I think it might have been Steve who said this, although Steve, you can push back on me if this was on X and not you. A lot of people are saying that President Biden is going to be kicked out by the Democrats, that this is the beginning of them replacing him. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think it's going to happen for a couple reasons. First of all, it's such an enormous task to get voters to recognize a candidate's name. This name recognition, the universal name recognition that we experienced with Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump is not easy to achieve. That's the first election in history that both candidates had that name recognition. They don't have that much time, the Democrats don't, to introduce a new candidate to people in a way that would be effective. A lot of people wouldn't hear about a new candidate until election day. They wouldn't know who to vote for. So for just practical reasons, it wouldn't be a very smart or strategic idea. But I look at this fairly diabolically. I don't think that the Democrats would kick Joe Biden out because they know that we know Joe Biden is demented. And they don't care that we know. They're thumbing their noses at us. They're trying to humiliate us. They're doing this intentionally to say, listen, we can do whatever we want. We control Biden. We control the White House, and we want to control you. And there's nothing you can do about it, because that's what they believe after COVID, after January 6th, after this lawfare against Trump. They are just they're just in their ego all the time, thinking they can get away with everything. And I think they truly believe that even though Joe Biden looks like a doddering nursing home patient, that they're going to get away with putting him in the White House.
Gosh, that's a terrible commentary on our country, if that's accurate. So let's talk about Trump's performance here. In some ways, I feel like watching that debate, it was exactly what you would want to happen. It was all about Joe Biden. It felt to me like sometimes I almost found myself not even hearing what Trump was saying because I was so mesmerized at how bad Joe Biden was and was looking to his left and down at notes that weren't there and all of those things. Did Trump take advantage of this situation? And for that first half hour, it was one of the most devastating half hours of a debate I've ever seen in my life. Did he do enough to win over people that aren't Blaze viewers? Did he go and get the people who might be undecided?
Listen, the issues that the American people care about, if you kind of take political parties and put it aside, are the border and inflation. Those are the two topics that people care about the most. Again, if you put partisanship aside for a second. And Trump did very well on those topics. Yeah. He talked about the effects of the border crisis on our economy, on people's jobs, and on the safety and security of our families and our neighborhoods. He did that very well. He gave some examples that unfortunately a lot of us on social media are familiar with already, both Republicans and Democrats. He also did a good job explaining inflation, talking about contrasting what the economy looked like, what prices of groceries and gas were under the Trump administration versus the Biden administration. So yes, I think he did a good job. Listen, Trump likes to speak extemporaneously. He's a stand-up comedian. He's a brilliant entertainer. We've all seen this at his campaign rallies over and over again. It's a tough format in a debate to be pointed, to defend yourself and play offense all in the space of 2 minutes. That might not be Trump's forte, but this was one of his best debate performances. I think it's hard to eclipse when he told Hillary Clinton that he would put her in jail. I think that might be an unbeatable moment in anybody's political career, but this might have been his second best performance.
I guess we look back at history when it comes to debates, and there are exceptions to this. We were just talking about Nixon from back in the day. But most of the time, even when it feels like there's a big win or a big loss, it doesn't move the election all that much. There's not a huge change in the polls. Usually, debates are not the thing that determine elections. When you're watching this, you now had a couple of minutes to sit with it, Liz. Do you think this one's different?
No, I don't. I wish I did, but I don't. It's pretty far in advance of the presidential election, and CNN has some of those crazy debate rules for the media afterward. There's some really dumb restrictions on how you can use the clips from the debate. So it's not like some of these are going to go viral on social media and be used in campaign ads, because they have it all wrapped up in red tape, what we're allowed to use, because they want people to go to CNN and they don't want these videos to go viral. So truthfully, I'm not sure it's going to change a lot of undecided voters. Listen, it's the middle of the summer. We're about to have July 4th. A lot of people are like at the pool and at the beach and, having fun with their families too. Or they're going to be, even if they watch tonight, they're going to be doing those things tomorrow. So I don't know. Undecided voters typically just make up their minds just in the last 2 months before the election. We are obviously somewhat further away from the election than that. I do think it helps the Trump campaign be able to target exactly what's effective for them. It helps them cement their strategy going forward. It probably puts the Democrats in somewhat of a panic as well. So it might impact the campaigns more than it impacts the people having watched it tonight. Although I think we all feel kind of energized, and Democrats, at least on X, seem to be melting down.
Yeah, it's not a happy night for them. It's funny, too. I mean, they're going to blame this. They're going to come back to this. But, it seems like sitting presidents in that first the re-election campaign, they just seem to always tank that first debate. I don't know what it is. It's a weird thing. All right. Thanks so much, Liz Wheeler. The new Liz Wheeler show is going to be part of BlazeTV in the coming weeks. BlazeDebate.com. The code is debate. You can save $30. Liz, thanks so much and welcome to the team. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Stu. I appreciate it.
It's just it's just an incredible. I know maybe I have weird friends, but I can tell you that if when we're having our July 4th president picnics and such, that's all people are going to be talking about. It's all people are going to be talking about.
I actually think I would actually take Liz's premise and reverse it. That's what's going to happen is people are going to get together and compare notes and discuss this.
And that's terrible.
And you're already seeing, I just look at our own Blaze feed. We're sharing clips at the Blaze from CNN. I mentioned the John King clip. Now you got Nicole Wallace. I mean, there's no one not named Joy Reid willing to carry more water for the Democratic Party who's employed in America than Nicole Wallace. And she's on there saying, I'm hearing from Democrats that say he's got to go tomorrow morning. All right.
Wow.
This has penetrated their bubble. They're the ones now driving this train, talking about the fact this cannot continue, and that's why it's not going to continue. And actually, people are going to get together over the 4th. Now I'm stuttering. Okay, it's contagious. They're going to get together over the 4th, and this is what they're going to talk about. All right, because of the amount of people that watch this and the impact of it. I think we just saw an existential event take place.
Let me throw this over to Jill Savage, Blaze TV host of Blaze News Tonight, another brand new show starting here on the Blaze. BlazeDebate.com. The code is debate. Save your $30. And Jill, we just watched. I said it was going to be an amazing night. It absolutely exceeded my expectations, or maybe undercut them. I don't know what happened there. What did you see?
It was a delicious night, as Delano was saying before we went into the debate. But indulge me for just a moment, if you will, because this debate reminded me of a story that my high school teacher used to say to me. His name was Mr. Reed, and he used to say, kids, go back and look at your elementary school pictures and think how nerdy and how dorky you all looked as children. And now think that was the best that you ever looked. You tried so hard on picture day, so think of all of the other days, how bad it must have been. And I want to say, Joe Biden, they were making him the best that he possibly could be tonight. They locked him away at Camp David for 7 days. They were doing everything in their power to make sure that he was going to come out on the top of his game tonight. And this is what we got. So I want to bring in the panel now with Delano Squires and Matthew Peterson. And Delano, the initial takeaways for you are what?
So for President Trump, he was energetic but disciplined. He was far more restrained in his personal responses than I thought he would have been. Whoever prepped him, this was like a Karate Kid or Creed 2 moment where he had his Rocky, he had Mr. Miyagi and Rocky in his corner. Whoever prepped him did a fantastic job. So he was restrained in his personal responses. Even when President Biden froze that first time, he could have easily referenced Sleepy Joe or something like that. He didn't do that. Obviously, President Biden lost his train of thought a number of times. He rambled. He was incoherent at times. At times, he would have bursts of energy. So it wasn't a good performance. This is one of those times where the visual medium actually picks up on things that just listening to it on the radio would not, or the phonograph, as President Biden may think we're still using. And I think for CNN, the moderators played it as straight tonight as you would have expected. I didn't see any times where President Trump felt like he was battling. It was a 2-on-1. They actually did what most people want journalists to do, which is to ask questions and let the person you're speaking to, respond. And they did that tonight, and they didn't make themselves the star of the show, and that was actually unexpected for me.
Matthew, what were your takeaways?
Well, I echo some of that. I mean, I think we have to emphasize Trump's discipline. I think he may have listened to a certain member of this network as advice today that Glenn Beck gave to Don Jr., but he showed a discipline that most people consider rare. I mean, granted, they don't actually see him in this circumstance very often, but it was also something you could feel viscerally. The images tonight were amazing. I mean, the images, as we will talk about some more, I think, right? I mean, there were two movies playing. One was audio, one was visual. And when you saw Trump, you could see the restraint. You could see sometimes almost I feel bad for this guy. And, he communicated a lot that way. And that was very powerful. I guess my ultimate takeaway, though, is I'm a little bit angry tonight that we're all of a sudden in this situation where all of these very smart people, all of these people who have been saying it's fine, are all of a sudden realizing, oh my gosh, Joe Biden can't make it. Joe Biden seems to be senile. Are you kidding me? We've known this for months.
We have known this for months. And Stu, I don't think that it's going to get any better tomorrow, unfortunately, for the American people. I think that we're going to continue knowing this, and it'll be just all the same for quite some time.
I guess that's true, which is just absolutely terrifying, Jill. I just can't believe we're in this situation. And I mean, even if, as Steve pointed out earlier, even if Trump were to win, we still have months and months of this guy running the country in theory. It's absolutely terrifying. Thanks so much, guys. Appreciate it. I want to bring in Dave Landau. And unfortunately, usually Dave does comedy, but I don't think he could have possibly found anything funny about that. There's just no availability for jokes, I think. He's the host of BlazeTV's Normal World, which is part of your Blaze TV subscription. Join us at blazedebate.com. Code is debate. Save $30. What can you possibly say after that, Dave?
I'm excited for the future. I think we got a lot of good things happening. It kicked off immediately. We realized right away, that he fell apart right away, Biden, and we did learn that his golf handicap is a 6, even though I'm pretty sure it's dementia. And also, what he has in common with golf is that we've stopped counting strokes. Biden also said that his son was in Iraq. What I think he meant to say was on crack. I think he's so messed up he thinks CNN is how the alphabet begins. I thought the moderators were fine. Even Bash and Tapper, though, that does sound like a fraternity was shut down for playing that game. Dana Bash looks like Sarah Jessica Parker doing an impression of a pony. And Jake Tapper looks like Jamie Lee Curtis doing an impression of Fred Armisen. So it was a comforting thing for me to watch. Sorry, I have so many notes. I'm trying to decipher all of them. I will say, I guess people are wondering what drug cocktail Biden might have been on. So I'm going to guess whatever it was mixed by Cosby and Justin Timberlake. I don't know if Biden is AI, but if he's not, he does a great job pretending he is, because the whole thing was like watching a Kyle Dunnigan video.
Oh, man.
It felt, and for everybody saying if he was set up, there's no way this wasn't set up to get him out. It was like watching Tommy at the end of Goodfellas. This was clearly, I don't know, I think this was just to get rid of him. Trump did amazing. He was very poised. Every time he said mandate, Lindsey Graham thought his dating app was going off. But Biden was slurring so much, I honestly thought the stage was going to get pulled over. And also, the entire time, I don't know what Joe Biden was looking at, but he just looked like a fat guy that was at the Golden Corral and he was told the chocolate fountain was out of order.
There was that sort of face he was making, and it was like a horrified, confused face toward the wall.
It was
that's not normal.
It was like he was wondering if he left the stove on while he was standing next to the stove that was leaking gas. It's a face few have made that are still living.
Yeah, usually it's followed by a giant explosion, which might actually be what we witnessed.
Oh, it was. It's just called America.
Yeah.
And when Trump, people can talk about his ego, whatever. I think we need it at this point. If you had somebody that loved Trump as much as Trump loves himself, I don't think we'd have to worry about getting our catalytic converter stolen at night. I think we'd just be living in a better place.
I think you might be right on that. Dave, I mean, I feel like there's going to be eating off of this this night for you for many, many weeks to come on Normal World.
Oh, absolutely.
I surely you wouldn't exploit it, though, right?
No, never.
Okay.
I would never abuse the elderly, as 1 million people just said on Twitter.
All right, Dave Landau from Normal World, part of your BlazeTV subscription. Dave, thanks so much for coming on, man.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Whew. All right, let's. First of all, we have some new merch. This is, I was just told, this is in the store right now. We've got a Donald Trump Master Debater shirt. You have to. That does sound like something you might have, Sarah. Then you have this one, which is Real Convictions, another Donald Trump branded shirt. We've got this one here, Trump Revenge Tour 2024, if you want to get your hands on that. I do have this, which felt like it made, sort of worked with tonight's theme, which is Joe Biden, an elderly man with a poor memory. And Sarah, you have a statement that you've made.
I'm voting for the convicted felon. It's very simple.
All this is up on, what is the site? I know I send people to studoesmerch.com. It gets it to the main store, but...
shopblazemedia.com.
Shop.blazemedia.com, something like that.
Either of them will work.
I don't know. Go to the Blaze and look for the merch, okay? And I think if you use a code like Stu10 or, I don't know, something like that, you get 10% off. Obviously, I'm not prepared for that promo, but I do want to tell you it's all up there. Hopefully, Chris Bedford is a little bit more prepared for this particular segment. He's the Blaze News senior politics editor and D.C. correspondent. Chris, I mean, the accusations from inside the Democratic world are shocking. I mean, we didn't even wait till the debate ended, and we were getting reports fully written by mainstream media sources saying this has got to stop. What are you hearing?
I rushed over here from a Capitol Hill watch party that had a lot of senior Senate and House staff and some of the outside groups that are working there. And wow, I don't think many people really expected to see the performance that we saw this evening. I mean, Joe Biden generally does all right when he's actually got the big moments. He flounders in these press conferences, but he did well in Normandy. Granted, there was a teleprompter. Did well during the State of the Union. Granted, there was a teleprompter. Tonight's debate was unreal, and there was the talking points haven't had time to go out yet. I guess someone at the White House started texting reporters at CNN and MSNBC and NBC that Joe Biden had a cold, but a cold does not explain what we just saw there at all, unless you're of an age when a cold could absolutely melt your brain down. This was wild.
Fluid explains what we just saw today. I mean, we are well beyond anything you can buy over the counter. I'll tell you that much.
I mean, even more than Donald Trump won that debate, and he was doing very well. He was kind of old Donald Trump on his game. Joe Biden lost that debate. Yeah. And he lost that debate in maybe 15 minutes. Even when the moderators threw him a Roe v. Wade question, which is where Democrats have really been minting money or minting votes over these last 2 years, he changed the topic to illegal immigration and then softball lobbed it to Donald Trump, who slammed the ball right back at his head. And Trump was scoring laugh lines. And we were watching on Blaze, of course, but we switched it afterwards just for a brief moment because I wanted to see what was going on CNN and on MSNBC. And it was a complete and total meltdown. People were in panic. Joy Reid, always the loyal palace guard, said that Joe Biden may think that he's the only person who can beat Donald Trump. But after tonight's performance, the party does not believe that.
No, I think that's very true. Watching that, I mean, particularly the first, I'd say 40 minutes of it. I mean, after that, it drags on. People tune out. There were some moments where Biden looked a little bit better. A couple answers I didn't think Trump exactly nailed. But that first 45 minutes or so was absolutely devastating. And for all the criticism that CNN got from conservatives, of course, I think normally completely rightly so, the fact that the debate started with illegal immigration and the economy was, I mean, it was like tilting the field in Trump's favor. It was his home turf, and I think he really took advantage of that.
Yes, and the line that was really sticking with me tonight from earlier in our programming was Steve pointing out that people who are suffering from the symptoms of old age do a lot better once they get warmed up and once they're moving along, as opposed to after maybe a cold silence. And we did see that with Biden. I mean, after about minute 20, he got control of his facial expressions back, mostly, it seemed. He didn't even have that for the first 20 minutes. But you're right. And, you know, I don't think CNN really chose those points of view just because they go well for Trump. They would never do that.
No.
But it was good to see them do it, because those are repeatedly the top concerns of voters. That's what people care about. Illegal immigration is no longer just a problem in Arizona and New Mexico and Texas. It's a problem in Chicago and Boston. It's a problem all over the country, and voters care about it. But I actually agree. I thought this debate, aside from the microphones, they did not run those very well. The debate was well run, and the questions were substantive.
I wonder what the fallout is of that. What do you think, from the people that you're talking to, in the DC bubble? I mean, is this a celebratory night for Republicans? Because I got to say, while I'm happy that Biden did poorly, and I was happy to see that, it wasn't my honestly guttural reaction. My guttural reaction was fear for this country and who's leading it. I mean, I don't know that we've ever been more vulnerable.
You know, the mood at the moment was celebratory. You heard laughter, you heard applause. But then afterwards, when people were starting to kind of just absorb what we just witnessed, one person I was talking to said that was scary. That was frightening. If you're an adversary watching this, you're not afraid. If you're an internal dissident watching this, there's no reason to think that the person in the White House is any threat to you, or is even capable of defending this country. I got text messages from Army officers and soldiers, with train engineers, from teachers, folks who are all Democrat voters, who were saying, "Holy smokes, I didn't realize how bad it was." And I kind of want to yell at the sky at this point. Well, haven't you been listening? Haven't you been watching? This has been on full display for years. But tonight seems to be that what alcoholics call a moment of clarity, when suddenly they just hit such a rock bottom, they said, wow, maybe we need to change.
That's amazing. Chris, thanks so much. Great thoughts. Chris Bedford, make sure to subscribe to his newsletter. It's called the Beltway Brief. Check it out. Chris, thanks so much, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Wow. That is one of the most stunning things I've ever seen. I keep coming back to it, and I really went into this thinking we would see a victory by Trump. I thought he'd be able to handle Biden pretty easily, but it wouldn't necessarily make that much of a difference. Watching that was stunning. I mean, every Democrat had to notice this, and I think, going back to what Chris was saying, it's true, I think, in the past that we've seen Joe Biden's worst moments not be the biggest moments. He's made his worst speeches a lot of times are ones that we're digging out of appearances that are just on C-SPAN.
Obscure campaign events people don't watch.
People don't watch. Yeah. And when he's had debates, when he's had State of the Unions, he's been able to step it up to at least some level where you can convince yourself, if you're liberal, okay, this is all right. He did not hit that standard tonight, Sarah.
Because he was not on prompter. The prompter has been his saving grace all of this time, and we find out exactly what happens when he is not on prompter for 90 minutes long. You get him talking about, to Chris's point, talking about the issue of abortion and somehow leading himself into the area where he starts admitting that illegal immigrants are raping people, but somehow it's justified because people are being raped by their in-laws and their spouses.
Yeah, this is true.
I mean, so many unforced errors that he led himself into, and that Donald Trump was able to have the slam dunk on simply because he has no idea what's going on. Now, I want to add one thing to what Chris said is that, he says that it's frustrating hearing all of these people, to his point, Chuck Todd tonight. At the end of the day, Joe Biden looks like the caricature that conservatives have been painting. I'm angry about this. This makes me mad.
Yeah.
I'm very mad about this, that we have been, it's not the caricature that we've been painting. We've just been seeing it from day one. We saw it the first campaign, right? And we have been screaming at the top of our lungs, you can't have this person lead the country. He's not all there. We were called all sorts of names. We were told it was just a stutter, okay? He's had this stutter since he was a little kid. Don't worry about it. It's nothing. And I'm angry that we have allowed this country to be taken by this, not that he's leading things and actually making the decisions, to let this country be taken by this dementia patient who is running it into the gutter, into the trash can. And now Democrats want to come around and say, oh, well, actually, it turns out Joe Biden might not be so great after all. You think? You think? And so it leaves me very angry at the left pretending like this is just a new, we've just now arrived at this consensus. Well, maybe you were just too busy carrying his water to actually admit the truth that we were all saying for about 6 years now.
Absolutely incredible. And it's true. Right? Like, this is one of those things we've been saying forever. It wasn't a partisan talking point. It never was. No. The fact that before this, what was it, 86% of people said he was too old, including a high percentage of Democrats to do this job. Let me give you one moment from Trump, if I could, here real quick. This is SOT Debate 2. Trump's response here was everybody's response watching what was going on the debate stage. Check this out.
Given that, why should voters trust you to solve this crisis?
Because we worked very hard to get a bipartisan agreement that not only changed all of that, it made sure that we are in a situation where you had no circumstance where they could come across the border with the number of border police there are now. We significantly increased the number of asylum officers. By the way, the Border Patrol endorsed me, endorsed my position. In addition to that, we found ourselves in a situation where when he was president, he was separating babies from their mothers, putting them in cages, making sure the families were separated. That's not the right way to go. What I've done since I've changed the law, what's happened? I've changed it in a way that now you're in a situation where there are 40% fewer people coming across the border illegally. That's better than when he left office. And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either.
I mean, that was literally, I felt like saying that over and over and over again. I thought it was maybe Trump's best moment of the entire debate. By the way, I want to give you this tweet. This is from the Border Patrol Union in how it relates to that claim. Do we have this one? Because this is, I think, really important. Let's see it if we could. It says, to be clear, we never have and never will endorse Biden. So that was just a complete and utter lie on stage. It wasn't just gibberish.
So was the children in cages thing. That happened under Obama, actually.
Under Obama, who built the cages. I remember that from the last debate. Steve, what do you have for a final word?
I mean, you're continuing. I mean, Chris Wallace is pronouncing on CNN it's over. He has sunk his campaign. This thing is over because the points that Sara and Matt made are vital here. And this is where it filters down and stains every Democrat. If you make them go out there for the next 6 months and lie to people that they didn't see what they just saw, all right, people are going to reject them and repel them at the exact same time. That's a Herbert Hoover kind of loss. You taint and stain the entire party, and it takes multiple cycles to eventually fully dig yourself out from underneath. They're not going to do that, and that's why he's gone. Because if they don't, they're facing a 1932 level loss. And then we will see what they decide to do in his place. Will they let him finish the term because they can't afford President Kamala? Will they let her be acting president and invoke the 25th? Neither one of them will be the nominee, I believe. And then they'll have an open convention and we'll see what they come up with. I just know it won't be a straight white male.
I mean, it's absolutely incredible. I mean, Steve, you talked about this as we were leading up to this debate. And you said, I really feel like anything could happen. You allowed for any possibility, but I mean,
I would not have ever predicted that from. I mean, have you seen the video that Jill has to help him down from the stairs?
Oh God.
Okay, I would have figured at least they sequestered him for a week at Camp David. I would have figured that he could have at least delivered a 5-minute moment and looked at him and said, you had sex with a porn star and you're a convicted felon. And the fact that he couldn't do it from the jump indicates that he's just, the dementia's escalated, he's senile, it can't happen.
Incredible. Arn?
Yeah, I'm relatively sure that what we just watched was the failure of an experiment. Just like with the COVID lockdowns, the ruling class was trying to see how far they could push things, how much power they could go ahead and extend before people push back. I think what we just watched was the ruling class attempt to rule by proxy through a puppet, realizing that everyone knew he wasn't really the president, that he couldn't really do the job. But they wanted this decentralized oligarchy to be able to rule through Biden. And what we're discovering is that the American people just can't handle this at the end of the day. Even the Democrats realize that this guy is embarrassing, continually putting him in front of people is just an absolute disgrace, and they can't continue on with the charade. They want to be able to do this. This is how they would like to rule, because Joe Biden is taking a lot of heat while the borders are open, but he's letting tens of millions of people in here who will permanently change the way that America votes for generations. Yeah, Joe Biden loses a presidency maybe he even looks bad, but decades down the road, the seeds that he planted will ensure Democratic victories for a very long time. That's what they're betting on, and I think that they were willing to sacrifice him for that purpose, but what we've seen is it's ultimately too much for them to bear.
When you said failed experiment, I was thinking it was more like the test tubes of the mixing of the drugs did not go well. That's really...
That also was a disaster. They did not get the cocktail right this time.
You gotta try it a couple days, not when you're going on stage.
Like when Dave asked, I wonder what drugs they gave him. It's clearly not ones that get you high.
Right. I mean, not the right ones. Okay, well, the coverage isn't over. I gotta go over to the YouTube channel, youtube.com/StuDoesAmerica. Come over there and join us there. We're going to be talking even more about the debates and getting your questions as well. youtube.com/StuDoesAmerica. Thank you so much for tuning in tonight here on Blaze TV. As always, there is no way we can do this without you. When we fight back against big tech and big government censorship, you are our support system. You are the ones making sure this can happen. We create the content, and we just hope that you're going to be able to stay with us and build this community. And you've done it so far, and we can't thank you enough. If you happen to be a person who's on the fence, you're like, I don't know what's going on. We've got so much, I've already subscribed to all these things. What do I do? Look, whatever you can do. If you want to just check us out on YouTube, we appreciate you being there. But if you have the opportunity, if the Bidenomics has worked just well enough for you to afford it, please join our Blaze Media family. Ensure that you have a direct line to us. This coverage can't happen without you. We need to get you the information that you deserve to hear. Go to blazedebate.com and use the code DEBATE for $30 off an annual subscription. It's blazedebate.com. The code is DEBATE. It's a big time. It's an important time. We need you, and we want to be in touch with you. blazedebate.com. Use the code DEBATE, $30 off your subscription, and join us over at youtube.com/StuDoesAmerica right now. Have a great night, everybody.